Chapter 45-53. Senior. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Xingyu beside him and asked very sincerely, "Can you tell this junior the truth? As long as it doesn't involve the immortal realm." Su Ji answered seriously. Unfortunately, before Su Ji could finish, Xiaohua interrupted him with tears in his eyes and said, "I just want to ask, can you hold on until the Star Moon Palace closes? Can I still see you in the 3 continents?" This. Su Ji hesitated and said, "Xiaohua, these words are meaningless now. I hope that the next time the Star Moon Palace opens, you can help Xingyue and send her back to the immortal realm." Xiaohua's heart was suddenly wet. He nodded and said, "Senior, please don't worry. I'd rather not ascend and wait until the Star Moon Palace reappears. Also, I promise you that I'll definitely find a Thunder Cultivator with the same cultivation as me. We'll definitely help Fairy Xingyu return to the immortal realm." "Good, then I'm relieved." Su Ji nodded and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect to meet a little friend like you here. Your temperament makes me think of many things and I'm very pleased. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Senior, there's no need to say goodbye now." Xiaohua bit his lip and said, "I also want to accompany you on your journey. I wonder if you're willing to guide me?" "Sigh, why do you have to do this?" Su Ji was a little helpless. He looked at Fairy Xingyu and hoped that she would persuade Xiaohua. Fairy Xingyu also sighed and said, "Su Ji, it's rare for Xiaohua to have such good intentions. Let him go. Otherwise, he'll feel terrible. Moreover, with us around, the thunder on the platform may not cause any harm to him." "Okay." Su Ji nodded and flew out of the starry sky with Fairy Xingyu, toward another part of the starry sky. Just like when they entered the starry sky, it was another seemingly endless starry sky. After flying for a while, they rushed out of the starry sky and saw a greenish-white platform in front of them. It was much clearer than what Xiaohua had seen earlier. "Xiaohua." Su Ji reminded him, "Don't go too far from our silver light. If you feel anything wrong, run away immediately." "Yes, senior." Xiaohua nodded his head vigorously. This reminder reminded him of his master helplessness. At first, he was dissatisfied with helplessness's attitude, but now that he had a disciple, he understood helplessness's painstaking efforts. Unfortunately, when helplessness self-destructed in the end, Xiaohua realized that everything was already too late. Now that he'd met such a good teacher and friend like Su Ji, how could he not cherish the last moments he had with Su Ji? The platform was very calm. There was no danger as Su Ji had described. Not to mention the sound of thunder, there was not even the sound of wind. Swoosh. Just when the 3 of them were carefully flying towards the back of the platform, the sound of flowing sand was suddenly heard from the greenish-white far away. Su Ji and the others stopped and turned around to look. On the other side of the platform, nearly 20 great demons of the demon clan were flying close to the platform. Most of the 20 great demons were at the sun-devouring realm. Among them, there were actually 2 demon kings at the Na Tian realm. When the great demons saw Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu, they were all stunned. The immortal realm pressure from the power of the stars and moon was almost suffocating. "Why are you all here?" Xiaohua flew up and asked with a frown. "This is not a place where you can come." "Greetings, senior." When the great demons saw Xiaohua fly out, they seemed to understand something. In the face of a grand ascension stage human, they didn't dare to be negligent and bowed respectfully. "Get up." Xiaohua pointed to the resplendent sea of stars in the distance and said, "That is the resplendent sea of stars. There is some strange extraterritorial star force that is extremely beneficial to demon cultivators like you. If possible, you all can go there to cultivate." "Senior." Demon King Na Tian said bluntly, "I feel that the star force is not helpful for us to break through, so we want to go to this mysterious thunder formation to try our luck. The cultivation of the demon clan is very different from that of the human clan." "Senior, I'm afraid you don't understand." "Huh, fine." Fairy Xingyu said with a smile, "Since you all want to go, go ahead." "Yes, senior." The Demon King responded. He looked around and flapped his wings slightly. The group of demons followed the Demon King and carefully flew away from the side. Alas! Su Ji sighed. There are always people who don't believe what others say and think they are different from others. I'm afraid they will only wake up when they are on the verge of death. Senior, why do you sound like me? Xiaohua touched his nose and said in a low voice. That's right. You're also the kind of person who won't give up until you hit the wall. Fairy Xingyu said bluntly. Then, she hit the nail on the head and said, you are lucky. Otherwise, you would have turned into ashes. Soon after, the three of them flew forward again. Although the platform looked very wide, when they really flew, Xiaohua discovered that the space of the platform seemed to be like a valley. When they flew to either side, there would always be an inexplicable tilting force that subtly affected the direction of their flight. After a short while, they would fly back to the center of the platform, unable to go far. Therefore, although the 20 or so great demons didn't want to fly together with Su Ji and the others, after flying for a while, they were still in front of Su Ji and the others. Be careful. Su Ji hurriedly reminded them in a low voice when he saw the faint outline of the green and white area in front of them. The time it takes to drink a cup of tea is the most dangerous. If the thunder restriction is not triggered, we will be safe. Unfortunately, before Su Ji could finish his words, a rumbling sound came from high up in the sky. Be careful. Su Ji was shocked and hurriedly pulled Fairy Xingyu back. However, whether it was Su Ji or Fairy Xingyu, the silver light around them flickered rapidly, like a candle in the wind, flickering unsteadily. Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu could naturally react, but the great demons in front of them couldn't. As the thunder passed, the bodies of the three great demons flashed with starlight, and then they expanded sharply. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies exploded, and the broken demonic beasts also disappeared into nothingness in the thunder. When they looked at Xiaohua again, the sound of thunder was like the whole platform falling down and smashing straight into his mind. However, as soon as this violent impact fell into Xiaohua's body, the Hongmeng immortal qi in his lower dantian was stimulated with a boom, covering the scattered nascent souls and more than 100 of them. Moreover, the truth of heaven and earth in the Hongmeng immortal qi also turned into waves that flowed rapidly in Xiaohua's body. Not only that, but the crystal-like godhead hidden in Xiaohua's sea of consciousness also inexplicably revealed itself. When the violent impact landed on Xiaohua's body, it actually turned into a peculiar fluctuation that rushed into the scenery-like godhead. As the scenery-like godhead shone with a wrinkled luster, Xiaohua actually heard cryptic and indescribable voices in his ears. Huh! This voice sounds like the magical power used by devouring heaven and the others on the primitive continent. Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly activated his secret technique. Sure enough, the voice sounded in Xiaohua's mind again. Fa Wuchang Fa. Xiaohua. Seeing the golden light flashing around Xiaohua and him standing there motionless as if he was possessed, Su Ji became anxious. He raised his hand and grabbed, trying to pull Xiaohua away. However, as soon as his big silver hand touched the golden light around Xiaohua, it immediately collapsed. Huh! Su Ji was shocked because he could clearly feel that there was a power in Xiaohua's golden light that was beyond his reach. It was this power that had defeated his big hand. However, when Su Ji's big silver hand collapsed, the sound of thunder had turned into a lingering sound and gradually dissipated. Let's go. Without waiting for Su Ji to ask more, Fairy Xingyu urged again. The two of them flashed and flew forward. However, they didn't dare to teleport because they had also encountered the law of time and knew that speed was limited here. Xiaohua was a little regretful because he didn't finish listening to that sentence. When Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu flew past, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed into the depths of the platform. To Xiaohua's surprise, the group of great demons didn't show any fear after losing 3 of their great demons. They still accelerated their flying speed and rushed inside like Su Ji and the others. Seeing the light and shadow of a tower-like pavilion appear in the distance of the bluish-white platform, Su Ji hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Xiaohua, when we reach that pavilion, we will be out of the range of the thunder restriction. We will be safe. Fairy Xingyu smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Sure enough, before Fairy Xingyu could finish speaking, rumbling sounds could be heard. Rumble. 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 Thunderclaps fell from the sky like drums. This thunderbolt was different from the previous one. As soon as it fell into Xiaohua's ears, it turned into an indescribable wave. This wave rushed into Xiaohua's body, internal organs, lower dantian, and other parts of his body, giving birth to all kinds of inexplicable law of space. Xiaohua felt that his body was expanding like countless spaces, and he couldn't control them at all. However, when this wave fell into his lower dantian and rushed into the crystal-like godhead, it also triggered the truth of heaven and earth in the Hongmeng purple vapor and the divine power in the crystal-like godhead. Under this mysterious power, the countless new spaces in Xiaohua's body expanded again and again. Then, they turned into words that fell into Xiaohua's heart. If there is a law in the human world, then the law is untraceable. If there is a law in the immortal world, then the law is unsystematic. If there is a Tao, then the Tao cannot be named. This voice was obviously different from the previous one, but every word carried an indescribable mystery. It was as if every word was a world and every word was a thunderbolt. Whoosh! The silver light around Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji was torn apart. The two of them had no time to care about Xiaohua now. They fled in a sorry state and looked at the group of great demons. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Without any suspense, even the demon king Na Tian turned into nothingness in this thunderbolt that contained the truth of heaven and earth and contained the law of space. Chapter 45-54. If people have laws, then laws will be untraceable. If immortals have laws, then laws will be unsystematic. If gods have Tao, then Tao cannot be named. Although Xiaohua could not understand, he understood that laws could not be passed on. Not everyone who could hear the laws could understand the laws. Those who were not fated to hear the laws would be punished by God even if they heard the laws. Xiaohua still wanted to listen attentively, but after a burst of thunder, there was no more sound. Fairy Xingyu's tentative voice came again, Xiaohua, you're fine. Let's go. Xiaohua could not explain his strangeness, so he could only change the topic. Let's go to that pavilion first. Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu suppressed their astonishment and followed Xiaohua to the outline of the pavilion. Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu were very glad, but Xiaohua was disappointed. After flying over the platform, there was no more thunder. In front of them was the outline of half of the broken pavilion. After being killed by the mysterious thunder, the silver light around Su Ji began to turn gray and rusty, almost covering the whole light and shadow. Pieces of gray and silver light turned into fragments and fell, and the fishy smell now turned into the smell of decay. Go in from here. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Fairy Xingyu raised her hand and pointed. Her entire right hand left her body and landed on a part of the silhouette. The silver light made a sizzling sound and turned into a very complicated pattern of a palace door in the darkness of the huge silhouette. Puff! Fairy Xingyu spat out a mouthful of immortal spirit qi. The door of the palace with only a pattern opened, and a primitive aura fell from inside. Of course, the situation inside the palace could not be seen clearly from outside the door. However, when Xiaohua flew in with Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu, it was an eye-opener for him. Because there was a huge starry sky above the palace. This starry sky was different from before. It was not densely covered with stars. Instead, there were 12 groups of stars that formed a strange star formation above the starry sky. Xiaohua could not understand these star formations. He asked in confusion, Senior, is this the star map of your immortal world? That's right. Fairy Xingyu nodded and said, there is a starry sky in the immortal world like this. Our Palace of Justice calls it the 12 earthly branches star array. Su Ji took out 7 strange tokens from his bosom and explained with a strange tone, in my hometown, there are 12 zodiac signs. They are Zi Shu, Chou Ox, Yin Hu, Mao Rabbit, Chen Long, Sea Snake, Wu Ma, Wei Yang, Shen Monkey, Yu Rooster, Su Dog, and Hai Pig. They also saw the 12 earthly branches as the 12 commonly seen animals. Look, doesn't that star array look like a rat? Doesn't that star array look like a cow? As he spoke, Suji raised his hand and waved, causing 7 tokens to fly into the air. They were the rat head token, dragon head token, horse head token, sheep head token, monkey head token, chicken head token, and dog head token. Then, he explained in a desolate manner, after Xingyu and I saw the 12 earthly branches star array for the second time, we deliberately searched for these tokens in the 3 continents. However, with our limited strength, Xingyu and I were only able to find these 7 tokens. We couldn't find any of the other 5 tokens, so, although we know that this place may be related to the immortal realm, we can't do anything about it. Looking at the 7 tokens, Xiaohua smiled, and a string of tears of happiness couldn't help but flow down. He said in a low voice, "Senior, if you can find all 12 tokens, then it'll be strange." "Oh? Why?" Suji was slightly stunned. Seeing the tears in the corners of Xiaohua's eyes, Fairy Xingyu suddenly understood and exclaimed, "I understand. Those tokens are from the Dawn Rain continent." "Yes, that's right. Xiaohua, you. Seeing that Fairy Xingyu had lost her composure, Xiaohua did not dare to delay any longer. He raised his hand and took out the tiger head token, the ox head token and the pig head token, the snake head token, and the rabbit head token from the mysterious water palace in the Pure Land world. He also took out the tiger head token, the ox head token, and the pig head token, which he had obtained from the demonic beast storage ring on Sunset Island. How is this possible?" Suji could not help but be stunned. Could it be that my divination skill is really, that's right?" Xiaohua nodded vigorously. "Senior, don't worry. There must be the holy lotus seed you need behind the star array of the 12 zodiac signs. But the passage to the immortal realm." Suji was puzzled. "Suji," Fairy Xingyu said with a smile, "as long as you are here, the immortal realm is everywhere. Your divination skill is correct." "Good." Suji was also overjoyed. At this time, he no longer had the strength to activate the zodiac token. He responded and looked at Fairy Xingyu. Fairy Xingyu opened her mouth and a mouthful of immortal qi fell on the rat head token. The rat head token suddenly expanded. Fairy Xingyu raised her hand and pointed at it. The token flew under a star array. When the token approached, all the stars on the star array emitted starlight and fell into the token. The starlight on the token shone brightly and turned into a lifelike rat that rushed into the star array. Boom! The starry sky shook and the star array tumbled. A moment later, a white jade box engraved with a rat pattern flew out of the star array. Fairy Xingyu hurriedly waved her hand and the jade box fell into her hand. She carefully opened it and glanced at it. She could not help but feel a little disappointed and handed it to Suji. Suji glanced at it and frowned. He then handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and saw that it was a strange object the size of a palm. It looked like a starfish, but there were some strange fine lines on the inside. Layers of indescribable waves were generated between these fine lines. Before Xiaohua could speak, Fairy Xingyu activated the bull head token again. The second star array was opened and there was another jade box inside. Fairy Xingyu looked at it and gave it to Suji, who handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at it and put it into the space like the first jade box. However, it was very strange. These 2 jade boxes had landed in different spaces, and neither of them was on Xinhua continent. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Fairy Xingyu opened all 11 star arrays. A jade box flew out from each star array, and each jade box was placed in a different space by Xiaohua. There were even some spaces that had yet to take shape. Finally, Fairy Xingyu stood in front of the last star array and looked at the last dog head token hesitantly. Suji smiled and said, "The previous jade boxes were either the Buddhist Kingdom's medicine, the Heavenly Court's gold core, or the Demon League star scorch. This last one should be the immortal elixir of our Dao sect, right?" It should be the immortal elixir of Dao sect. Fairy Xingyu said with certainty. But, it might not be the holy lotus seed of Dao sect. Senior. Xiao Hua was confused when he heard Fairy Xingyu's words. He hurriedly asked, "Didn't you say that the holy lotus seed was an item of the Buddhist kingdom? How did it become an immortal elixir of our Dao sect? Who told you that the holy lotus seed was an item of the Buddhist kingdom?" Fairy Xingyu glared at Xiao Hua and said, "The holy lotus seed is an immortal elixir refined by a Dao sect pharmacist in the immortal world with the help of the lotus seeds from the lotus pond in the Buddhist kingdom." Unfortunately, Fairy Xingyu's eyes were blocked by the silver light, so Xiao Hua could not see it. Xiao Hua was helpless when he heard this. After all, Su Ji had only told him half of the story. "Open it," Su Ji said faintly. "The jade boxes are already behind the starry sky. It doesn't matter if it's the holy lotus seed or not. It's a fact." "Okay." Just like before, Fairy Xingyu sent the dog head token into the star array. Sure enough, another jade box flew out. This time, after Fairy Xingyu took it, she did not dare to open it. It flew to Su Ji and carefully handed it over. However, she did not let go of it. At this moment, a faint golden light appeared above the starry sky, and a strange aura faintly discernible descended. However, just as this aura appeared, the golden light disappeared. Xiao Hua only had time to raise his head to take a look before the aura also disappeared. However, Xiao Hua did not have time to pay attention to the aura at this time. He also looked at Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu. Su Ji looked at Fairy Xingyu. The two of them each took one side of the jade box and gently opened the jade box. Looking at the contents of the jade box, the two of them did not speak for a long time. Xiao Hua could not see their expressions and was a little anxious. However, he also had a bad feeling in his heart. If the holy lotus seed was inside the jade box, how could Fairy Xingyu let Su Ji look at it like this? She would have let him take it long ago. Sob, sob. Fairy Xingyu seemed to have been too hopeful. Now that she was disappointed, she actually sobbed softly. Su Ji sighed slightly and raised his hand to pull Fairy Xingyu into his arms. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He only patted Fairy Xingyu's back. After a while, Fairy Xingyu raised her head from Su Ji's arms and said, "Su Ji, is our luck really that bad? After so many years of searching for the Star Moon Palace, it was all in vain in the end? With you, how could it be all in vain?" Su Ji replied. "Alas." Fairy Xingyu sighed. Looking at the jade box in Su Ji's hand, she said, "This clear feather elixir has benefited Xiao Hua again." "Huh, Xiao Hua's luck is better than ours," Su Ji said and handed the jade box to Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua, this is the clear feather elixir used by the mortal fairies in the immortal world. Your strength is now only at the middle of the 9th level of origin power. If you want to cultivate to the upper level, it will take at most 50,000 years, at least 10,000 years. Of course, we can't rule out that you have other opportunities to shorten this time. As for this clear feather elixir, if your cultivation is stable and your realm surpasses your strength, you can take it. It will probably only take a few years for you to reach the highest realm in the 3 continents. Remember, this elixir contains the immortal spiritual chi of the immortal world. If you haven't reached the late stage of the Mahayana realm, don't take it. Oh, in addition, among the things I gave you, there is a coarse grass talisman. I refined it myself to suppress your strength. If it is not appropriate for you to take this elixir, you can use the coarse grass talisman to suppress it." Chapter 45-55. "Yes, thank you, Senior." Xiao Hua took the jade box and glanced at it. He was stunned for a moment before he casually stored it in his space. Sure enough, the location of the jade box was the same as the gold core that Xiao Hua had obtained earlier. In addition, the things I obtained earlier were also items from the Buddhist Kingdom and the Demon League. They have similar effects as the clear feather pill. There are records of these in Xingyue's moon-embracing palace. You'll know after you take a look. Su Ji added, "In the future, I hope you can help me take care of Xingyue, Su Ji." Hearing Su Ji's words, Fairy Xingyue was displeased. She interrupted Su Ji and was about to speak. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, Senior, the holy lotus seed, shut up first. Fairy Xingyue said, wait for me to finish. How could Xiao Hua wait for Fairy Xingyue to finish speaking? He waved his hand and took out the mysterious gold core he had obtained in the stacked jade legacy realm. He said, Senior, take a look and see if this thing is useful. Seeing the mysterious golden pill fall into the starry sky, it immediately turned into a flame that was dozens of feet wide. On the surface of the flame, tens of thousands of tiny vortexes rapidly expanded, each becoming the size of a thumb. Moreover, these vortexes produced a powerful suction force. Strands of needle-like power of the stars and moon were sucked into these vortexes. The suction force of this pill was so strong that it was as if a giant hand had grabbed the space within 100 feet, causing it to distort intensely. Within the distorted space, mysterious runes flew out from the vortexes. These runes slowly flowed in the flame's threads, and their trajectories looked mysterious. Holy lotus seed? Fairy Xingyue screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Her voice was like thunder, shaking the entire starry sky. Fairy Xingyue's silver figure broke free from the control of the star veil and rushed out hundreds of feet in an instant. You, Xiao Hua. Even someone as calm as Su Ji could not hide his excitement. He stuttered and asked, this holy lotus seed. Where did you get it? Fairy Xingyu, who had regained her senses, immediately emitted a silver light that soared into the sky. She recklessly shrouded the area within 1,000 feet of the holy lotus seed. She believed that if there were any changes at this time, even if Xiao Hua wanted to touch the holy lotus seed, Fairy Xingyu would mercilessly deliver a fatal blow. Su Ji! Fairy Xingyu shouted. Who cares where it came from? Take it quickly. Senior. Xiao Hua knew that Su Ji was a person of noble character. He definitely wouldn't eat food that was given to him for free. He bowed and said, Senior, please be at ease. This pill was obtained by Junior from the Dragon Island's training space. Its origin is clean. This is also this Junior's sincere filial piety towards you. Good child, good child, good child. Su Ji said good a few times, and the silver brilliance around him, which was mostly grayish-black, also soared into the sky. A fishy smell immediately filled the entire starry sky. As Su Ji's body expanded to 3,000 meters in size, layers of scattered light fragments rolled down from his body like waves. Wherever these light fragments landed, all things withered, and even space turned gray and collapsed. When Su Ji's figure landed, Xiao Hua saw that the silver light covering his head had emerged from the grayish-black color. Although the silver light was still shining, wisps of grayish-black color seeped into his head as if they were poisoned. The rust spots that had previously covered the immortal mark were now connected, like a strange beast that wanted to devour the immortal mark. Su Ji opened his mouth and a mouthful of immortal spiritual qi landed on the sacred lotus seed that had turned into flames. Woo! With a sound, half of the flames were extinguished. The runes in the flames suddenly rushed out from the immortal spiritual qi and entangled with the flames. Seeing this, Su Ji spat out another mouthful of immortal spiritual qi. Huff! This time, the flames were even weaker, and the runes emitted a silver light. Buzz! The space where the sacred lotus seed was located began to vibrate, and a light shadow shaped like a lotus seed emerged from the silver light. Su Ji didn't dare to be negligent. He formed a series of seals with his silver-gray hands, and several immortal techniques turned into thunderbolts and landed on the sacred lotus seed. Ao ao ao. In the distorted space near the sacred lotus seed, the wails of gods and ghosts were suddenly heard. Wisps of pitch-black devil chi mixed with holy Buddhist light emerged from the space and frantically poured into the sacred lotus seed's flames. Sizzle. The flames were immediately extinguished, and it turned back into the stardust-like pill that Xiao Hua had seen in the dragon domain's mezzanine. Huff. Su Ji opened his mouth, and a silver light fell. It was precisely the sacred lotus seed. When the sacred lotus seed entered Su Ji's mouth, an explosion sounded like a fire rune exploding. The extinguished flames reappeared on Su Ji's head, enveloping the rusty immortal mark and the grayish-black silver light on his head. Ao ao ao. In the flames, a devilish sound was heard, and devils bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they danced with the sound. Namo Amitba Buddha, Namo Amitba Buddha. Along with the devilish sound, there were Buddhist chants. Bursts of Sanskrit chants that sounded like the sounds of nature came from the void. Following which, heavenly flowers fell from Su Ji's head, sprinkling into the grayish-black silver light. Wherever the heavenly flowers passed, the grayish-black color was washed away, and the fragrance of the heavenly flowers diluted the stench within the silver light. Excellent. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. Rumble, rumble. The flames burned, and the rumbling sounds were endless. The same went for the Buddhist chants, and the devilish chants were unyielding. Within the flames, countless lightning bolts danced and shot down like flying swords. Rather than saying that Su Ji was consuming the sacred lotus seed, it was better to say that it was a battle between Buddha and demon immortal. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the lights and shadows continued to flicker, and the rumbling sounds continued. However, the flames were still on Su Ji's head, and did not spread down. On Su Ji's body, the grayish-black color was still deepening, and fragments of light continued to fall. Although Xiaohua didn't understand, he could clearly see that Su Ji's body was becoming fainter and fainter. Damn it. Xiaohua suddenly understood something, and cursed inwardly, this is the three continents. Although it's in Star Moon Palace, without sufficient immortal qi, the sacred lotus seed can't be used to its full potential. Moreover, Su Ji has been injured for so many years. Without the support of immortal qi, the sacred lotus seed won't be able to heal his injuries. If Su Ji's injuries aren't good, the immortal's third decay won't be able to stop it. Since Xiaohua thought of it, Fairy Xingyu naturally thought of it as well. High in the sky, there was a clear clang. An extremely bright silver light flashed between Fairy Xingyu's eyebrows. This silver light was like a bright star, illuminating the entire starry sky. Woo! The silver light was like a star, flying out from between Fairy Xingyu's eyebrows and crashing down on Su Ji. As the silver star rushed out, Fairy Xingyu's silver body suddenly became much fainter. As the silver star fell, the space rumbled, and layers of spatial ripples rippled in the starry sky. Boom! A moment later, the silver star fell into the flames, making a loud noise. The intensity of the flames suddenly increased. In particular, the silver light swords in the flames shot out in all directions like a sword net, enveloping the space within a radius of 3,000 feet. Under the sword net, more than half of the grayish-black color was destroyed. Through the flames, Xiaohua could already see that the grayish-black spots in the immortal mark had been burned and broken. However, these spots were still struggling tenaciously in the demonic qi and howling, as if they were going to fight back. Senior. Xiaohua laughed heartily and put his palms together. I'm here to help you. As he spoke, golden light burst out from Xiaohua's body, and his figure slowly grew. When he was more than 1,000 feet tall, Xiaohua chanted again, Namo Maitreya Buddha, by my command, I. As Xiaohua used the seventh divine ability of the Buddhist sect's 9-syllable Sanskrit incantation, the Buddha's aura in the nearby void shone brightly. This Buddha's aura condensed into the shape of water waves, surging from all directions and pouring into the flames. Moreover, in the Buddhist light, Xiaohua secretly ordered the demon Venerable Shi to separate a wisp of demonic sense, which turned into a devil and flew in. ZZZ. The 9 syllables mantra, Lai, was really a Buddhist purification. Xiaohua used the Buddhist power of the world-honored Buddha Maitreya to purify it. The water-like Buddhist light had already destroyed most of the demonic qi in the rust spots. The devils that were attracted by the divine lotus seed were scared away by the demon Venerable Shi's demonic sense, and those who were slow to react were devoured by the demon Venerable Shi. Seeing the grayish-black spots shrinking rapidly, Su Ji looked up to the sky and roared. Roar. His roar shook the whole starry sky formation. Boom. 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 Following 3 loud roars, 3 silver light beams shot up from Su Zhi's immortal mark, piercing into the starry sky like light swords. Then, the space where the 3 light beams landed twisted and began to collapse rapidly. As the space collapsed, strands of silver light beams shot out from the space fragments, and a strong immortal spiritual chi gushed out from the fragments. Immortal spiritual chi. Fairy Xingyu was stunned. She hurriedly released her extended thought and cried out in joy, Su Zhi, this is the immortal realm crack from before. How did it move here? As Fairy Xingyu spoke, the space fragments collapsed completely. A silver light beam fell and shone on Su Zhi. Buzz. The strong immortal spiritual chi poured into the light beam like the Milky Way, and an obvious vortex appeared above Su Zhi's head. As the immortal spiritual chi poured in, the silver light shone brightly and the wind blew violently. The immortal mark was as bright as the sun. Although Xiaohua could not see the spots in the silver light clearly, he could see the flames spreading rapidly below Su Zhi's body. Wherever the flames went, the grayish-black spots were immediately burned away. The extremely thin silver light was also visible to the naked eye. Xiaohua was relieved. He withdrew his Buddhist divine sense, but did not withdraw his Dharma body. He stood by the side with a smile. Chapter 45-56. The Saint Lotus Seed was indeed the Saint Lotus Seed. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the flames had already reached the bottom of Su Zhi's feet. As the flames passed, a transparent, sparkling, and radiant silver shell appeared in front of Xiaohua. The threatening aura of the shell was unobstructed as it tumbled in the air. The golden light around Xiaohua was unable to resist this aura and unconsciously retreated. He was already more than 100 miles away, and under the silver light, Xiaohua's figure was still moving further away. Boom! The flame fell under Su Zhi's feet, turned into a lotus seed, and once again swirled towards Su Zhi's head. In just a few breaths' time, the lotus seed flame had reached Su Zhi's immortal mark. Swoosh! All the aura and brilliance of the flame converged into the immortal mark. Boom! Another ball of aura rushed out from the immortal mark and fell into the lotus seed flame. Boom! A stream of light appeared on Su Zhi's immortal mark again. It was obviously different from before. The moment the stream of light disappeared, the light pillar that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth slowly shrank. The crack in the starry sky began to slowly close. Su Zhi. Seeing this, Fairy Xingyu hurriedly rushed toward the light pillar. She urged, "Quick, this is our last chance to return to the immortal realm." "Okay." Su Zhi replied. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Clang! The lotus flames floating above his head condensed together and turned into a silver lotus seed. Su Zhi moved his body into the silver light pillar. He looked up at Xiaohua and said in a thunderous voice, "Xiaohua, my divination skills are not wrong after all. You are indeed my savior when I return to the immortal realm. To tell you the truth, when I did the divination back then, I did not believe the result. If not for the holy lotus seed, would not have returned to the immortal realm. And the holy lotus seed could not exist in the lower realm. At that time, I even thought that you could only help Xingyue. But I really did not expect that not only did you lead us through the starry sky maze and help us open the starry sky gate, but you also brought us the 5 zodiac tokens and the holy lotus seed. This Saint Lotus Seed not only saved my life, it also allowed me to step into the light immortal realm. Xiaohua, no words can express my gratitude for your great kindness. Whatever you say now is meaningless. Wait until you ascend to the immortal world, then we'll drink and chat merrily." On Su Zhi's head, Fairy Xingyu was also very happy. She shouted, "Su Zhi, congratulations on entering the light immortal realm." As she spoke, Fairy Xingyue looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, thank you. When you fly to the celestial world, I will also pour wine for you and Su Zhi." At this point, Fairy Xingyu actually transmitted her voice again. "Oh, by the way, there seems to be some things in the moon-embracing palace that are useful for your return to the Dawn Rain continent. Of course, whether or not you can find it, is not something I can know. What's the point of pouring wine? Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, you need to get drunk. Hee hee. Fairy Xingyu covered her mouth and laughed quietly. Seeing that the two of them had flown to the edge of the crack, Suji raised his hand and the lotus seed condensed from flames turned into a stream of light and landed in front of Xiaohua. Suji transmitted his voice, Xiaohua, this is, transformed from my immortal mark. It contains my cultivation experience and imprint of my immortal mark. This is originally an item from the immortal world. I'll lend it to you temporarily to comprehend. It will be of great help to you when you ascend to the immortal world in the future. Remember, after you ascend to the immortal world, you must return it to me. Ha! Xiaohua saw that Suji rarely showed favoritism outside the law and even spoke vaguely. He stretched out his hand to receive the lotus seed and said, Junior, thanks Senior for your generous gift. I wish Senior's love is stronger than gold. I wish you 100 years of blissful marriage and a son soon, boom. Following Xiaohua's congratulatory words, Suji's immortal body shook twice and fled into the crack of the immortal world in a panic. The crack of the immortal world closed with a loud bang. The entire starry sky shook a few times and then returned to normal. Holy lotus seed, holy lotus seed. Xiaohua was really excited. The sense of accomplishment from helping someone, especially an immortal, was much stronger than what he obtained himself. Moreover, to be able to help someone who had helped him so much, not only for karma, but also for the beauty of the world, Xiaohua felt that it was worth it. He tossed the lotus seed up and down and laughed inwardly. I really didn't expect that the ancient golden core and the void of the dragon domain would have such an effect. This karma was already formed on the dragon island. Then, he looked at the lotus seed again. Where his gaze fell, endless lightning flashed and countless clouds lingered inside. It looked indescribably mysterious. However, Xiaohua laughed again, I've already obtained the innate purple qi. There are countless mysteries of heaven and earth in it. Why would I need this item condensed from the immortal mark? However, if I don't accept it, how can Suji be at ease? Moreover, Suji's experience in this lotus seed is even more important. In the future, when I encounter a bottleneck, I will inevitably need it. Fine, 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 this item will be my fortune gate's cornerstone treasure. With that, Xiaohua sent the lotus seed into the Xinhua continent. Strangely enough, wherever the lotus seed landed, the immortal slaying stage fragment would release lightning, attracting the lotus seed to the side. Wherever the lightning struck, the lotus seed would release boundless clouds that shrouded the immortal slaying stage. Following that, strands of clouds slowly descended from the sky above the Xinhua continent, shrouding the entire Xinhua continent. Each strand of cloud contained the aura of immortal marks. Any Fortune Gate disciple on the Xinhua continent who was fated to obtain these strands of cloud would open a door to the heavens. In the future, these disciples' futures would be immeasurable. After putting away the lotus seed, Xiaohua stretched lazily and muttered to himself, since entering the Star Moon Palace, I can be considered to have experienced life and death. Now, he could finally take a break. My trip to the Star Moon Palace is over. Thinking about it, this Xiao has also obtained quite a lot. Not to mention the clear feather pill that Senior Su gave to this Xiao, even the other 11 strange things are all useful. This Xiao will find a place to eat this clear feather pill first. His granny, even the Grand Mist Ancestor came to the Star Moon Palace. I feel uneasy. If it weren't for Senior Su, I definitely wouldn't have let that guy in so easily. Humph, he dared to scheme against my fortune gate, how could I let him off so easily? Thinking of the place where he had taken the clear feather pill, Xiaohua naturally thought of the starry sky. He raised his eyes and looked at the starry sky. The 12 star arrays where the 12 zodiac tokens had landed had already disappeared. Now, the entire starry sky was empty, and there were no stars flashing. Xiaohua did not even think about it. He urged his body to descend. However, Xiaohua was stunned on the spot after descending for 1,000 zhang. He stopped and raised his head to look at the sky. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, the 12 zodiac tokens broke the 12 star arrays, and 12 jade boxes flew out from the star arrays. If the star arrays are completely broken, the starry sky will return to its original state, right? Not to mention, after the last jade box flew out, there was a mysterious aura in the space. Although that aura disappeared in a flash, it felt familiar to me. However, at that time, I was only focused on checking if there was a holy lotus seed inside the jade box. Moreover, the entire space was torn apart by the immortal world's crack, and that aura disappeared. Could it be that there is something strange in this space? Could it be that these 12 star arrays are just a cover? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes shone brightly. He rushed into the space and released his divine sense to explore inch by inch. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't find anything even after looking for half an hour. Because the space was like the vault of heaven, unreachable and boundless, Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't reach it. The 12 star arrays were empty, no different from the void. Could it be that I was wrong? Xiaohua frowned, or my feeling just now was wrong. A moment later, Xiaohua opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye and scanned his surroundings. At this time, Xiaohua's eyes were blurred. Bursts of stinging pain were transmitted to his mind from his eyes and into the mysterious dark clouds. Xiaohua couldn't bear it. However, in his blurry eyes, except for the place where the golden light flashed and some fine time lines, the other places were completely the outline of a palace. There was nothing special. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to teleport straight to the golden light. Unfortunately, this space was really strange. Teleportation seemed to be inferior to flying. After half an hour, Xiaohua arrived at the place where the golden light flashed. Xiaohua looked at his position and then looked around. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The place where the golden light came from was a space covered by fine time lines. At this time, it was no different from the surrounding space. Xiaohua also tried Yuan Shen, soul consciousness, Buddhist consciousness, divine sense, and even the clear eye technique, but he couldn't see anything strange. Moreover, this space was only a few dozen miles in size. It was almost a drop in the ocean in the entire seemingly boundless space. He didn't know if Fairy Xingyu had the Dharma eye technique, but he believed that, other than Fairy Xingyu, among all the humans and demons who could enter the Star Moon Palace, he was probably the only one who could find the place where the golden light came from. Here, Xiaohua opened his Dharma eye again. Through the fine time lines, the other space that overlapped with this space was also vaguely revealed. The interior of the space was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. However, there seemed to be a huge object covering the entire space. Damn it, what is it? Xiaohua closed his Dharma eye and rolled his eyes. What kind of aura makes me feel a sense of familiarity? Now that the 12 zodiac tokens are gone, how can this aura leak out? This is the law of time. It's not something I can break. Chapter 45-57. Thinking of this, Xiaohua showed a trace of hesitation. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, looks like I can only try this divine ability. I just don't know if this divine ability is effective against the law of time. After waiting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua once again opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Silver light flashed within the Dharma eye, and a beam of silver light shot out from the Dharma eye and fell into the void. Open! Xiaohua roared angrily. The void started to spin under the light beam, forming a whirlpool several feet in size. Then, spatial cracks appeared in the whirlpool. Unfortunately, outside the spatial cracks, inexplicable starlight appeared. Neither the golden light nor the aura appeared. Xiaohua's plan to use the law of space to break the law of time was going to fail. Break! Xiaohua roared again. His entire law eye, which seemed to be staking everything on a single throw, emitted an intense dark green brilliance. That silver beam of light also doubled in size in an instant, emitting a trembling sound. The void vortex below the beam of light suddenly deepened, and then a faint golden light flashed out with a shwa sound, followed by a wisp of aura rushing out from the vortex. However, the golden light and aura both flashed and disappeared. When the golden light appeared, the delusion breaker Dharma Eye was in severe pain. Xiaohua could no longer hold on and hurriedly closed his Dharma Eye. A layer of black luster rapidly appeared between his eyebrows. Ah! Xiaohua cried out involuntarily. The surprise in his voice far exceeded the pain of the Dharma Eye. Isn't this the aura of the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper? As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper from the space where Daoist Master Yun was. Sure enough, when the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper appeared, the aura rushed toward the void. Layers of space collapsed, but nothing else appeared after the space collapsed. I understand now. Surprised, Xiaohua restrained his emotions and pondered, the law of time must be the fragment of the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper. So, I can feel the familiar aura from a different space. But, the fragment is in another space. How can I break through the shackles of time? Speaking of Xiaohua's ability to break through the shackles of time, it was naturally the lightning evasion. Previously, Xiaohua had already tried pushing his lightning evasion to its limits in the beast enclosure and Mount Fubo. However, he was still a hair's breadth away from breaking through the timelines, and this hair's breadth should be an intrinsic difference. How could Xiaohua possibly break through it? Perhaps it wouldn't have worked before. A complacent smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared in his hand. This Xiao's magic power doesn't seem to be enough to support the lightning escape to surpass the fine lines of time. However, this Xiao now has the clear feather pill. Senior Su had made it clear that consuming this item required one's cultivation realm and a firm Dao heart. When I was fighting with Bei Xian, I had already fused all of my previous accumulations. Now that I lack time, this clear feather pill is naturally the best choice. And now, this Xiao wants to rely on magic power to activate the lightning escape technique to compete with the laws of time. Isn't this the same as using the medicinal effects of the clear feather pill? Wouldn't he be able to use the law of time to eliminate the hidden dangers of the clear feather pill? This Xiao is a genius. This is a way to kill two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Xiaohua took out the clear feather pill from the jade box and placed it in his mouth. He held the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper in his right hand and activated his magic power. Suddenly, lightning appeared on the surface of his body. Xiaohua's figure moved, charging straight into the void in front of him. Lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body, illuminating the surrounding space. At the same time this lightning flashed, space-time resistance immediately appeared. It was as if a surging wave was surging from all directions, annihilating Xiaohua's entire body. There was no difference from before. Soon, Xiaohua's body began to slowly move. 4 layers of shadows appeared. Immediately after, Xiaohua's body turned into 1,000 feet of lightning. Moreover, the lightning became illusory, twisted, and broke into dozens of pieces. At the same time, the rumbling sound of thunder was also elongated, gradually penetrating deep into the void. The lightning suddenly trembled. Within the lightning, Xiaohua's body turned into 132 million illusory dots. These dots of light rapidly flew back and forth and gradually merged into the void. When only 30% of the illusory dots remained, Xiaohua felt that his body was empty. All of the illusory dots began to tremble violently. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to flip his tongue. The clear feather pill turned into spiritual liquid and fell into his body. Boom! The clear feather pill that fell into Xiaohua's body was different from ordinary pills. Waves of incomparably powerful medicinal effects were born from the medicinal liquid. Like a surging tide, they rushed into every part of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly urged his cultivation method to refine the medicinal effects. The clear feather pill was really overbearing. Not only did the refined true essence contain immortal spiritual energy, but it also contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. This true essence entered Xiaohua's meridians and pushed Xiaohua's cultivation to the late stage of the Mahayana realm. On the other hand, it entered the scattered nascent soul, causing the scattered nascent soul to rapidly expand. Bursts of tiny purple lightning appeared in the void and tore the already extremely distorted void into pieces. Moreover, a powerful pressure was emitted from these lightning threads and spread in all directions. As Xiaohua's cultivation increased, this pressure also rose steadily. Looking at the 30% of illusory dots that hadn't merged into the void, they shook and formed shadows. The shadows were very slow, but they were very stable. When the shadows formed 9 layers, the sound of wind whistling began to emerge from the shadows. The remaining illusory dots also began to gradually merge into the void. After a while, Xiaohua suddenly felt that the void around him began to change. The more he urged the lightning escape technique, the slower his flying speed became. Everything around him also began to slow down. Xiaohua felt happy in his heart. He understood that he was already close to breaking through the shackles of time. Therefore, he accelerated the refining of the clear feather pill's medicinal effects. At this time, Xiaohua's starry sky nascent soul once again turned into a nebula. Strands of tiny lightning threads mixed with immortal spiritual energy flashed between these nebulas. The grand mist purple chi also had tiny cloud threads that slowly merged into the nebula. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was just a cultivator of the mortal realm. He hadn't even fully grasped the laws of space, so how could he break through the shackles of time? In the end, seeing that the clear feather pill's medicinal effects had been refined, Xiaohua still had half of the illusory dots that hadn't completely merged into the void. On that day, the void around Xiaohua also didn't completely stop. Damn it! Xiaohua felt the illusory dots shake again. His body was about to break free from the void. He couldn't help but curse. He knew that he was going to fail again today. At this time, the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper in Xiaohua's right hand suddenly trembled. It emitted an intense golden light. Where the golden light landed, the void began to turn transparent. In front of Xiaohua's eyes, the originally impossible to see timelines suddenly appeared. These timelines contained endless profound meanings. Previously, when Xiaohua was comprehending the fragments of time in the heavenly prison, he couldn't see these profound meanings. When the timelines appeared, Xiaohua's surroundings became deathly silent. It was as if everything in the world had stopped. Even Xiaohua himself seemed to be unable to move. In the instant that the world fell silent, the golden light of the 10,000 extinguishing celestial dipper rushed into the fine lines of time and landed in another space. At the place where the golden light disappeared, a fragment and a crystal that looked like a cloud flew through the fine lines of time and landed in the gap of the 10,000 extinguishing celestial dipper. The moment the fragment fell into the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper, the golden light disappeared. The timelines instantly disappeared. At the same time, the still world moved again. The space that was moving slowly in Xiaohua's eyes appeared again. However, this slowness only lasted for a few breaths of time. The entire space shook rapidly. Then, Xiaohua's half of the illusory dots that had yet to merge into the void also trembled. All the small dots that had disappeared before appeared again. Xiaohua's entire body flashed like a wave of water, completely revealing himself in the air once again. Just like before, bean-sized beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's forehead. However, Xiaohua didn't have the time to wipe the sweat away. With a sweep of his mind, he immediately stored the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper and the cloud-like crystal into his space. Then, he let out a long breath. He sat down cross-legged, his palms facing the sky, and began to meditate. Along with the activation of his cultivation method, thin threads of lightning appeared around Xiaohua's body. These threads of lightning transformed into millions of vortexes. At the same time, Xiaohua's starry sky scattered nascent soul also flew out from his lower dantian. His entire body was surrounded by primordial purple chi. The brilliance of the stars and the moon that filled the sky was like a waterfall. It rushed out of nowhere and crazily landed on the scattered nascent soul and his body. As Xiaohua's pressure slowly spread out, it made up for the deficiencies caused by the activation of the clear feather pill's medicinal power. The starry sky scattered nascent soul also gradually expanded. In the end, it was as if it was going to cover the entire starry sky. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding void began to give birth to a faint will of heaven and earth. This will quickly filled the entire space and fell on Xiaohua's body like the water of the four seas. Xiaohua's figure moved slightly, and the starlight that filled the sky disappeared. It seemed that the incomparably huge starry sky scattered nascent soul also quickly shrank and fell on top of Xiaohua's head. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, he saw a river of stars flashing between his eyes. At the same time, lightning also appeared. Xiaohua looked up with some surprise, as if he didn't understand the origin of this will of heaven and earth. Then, he closed his eyes again and checked his cultivation base. After a while, he opened his eyes and thought to himself, Senior Su's words are indeed true. This clear feather pill is worthy of being a medicinal pill of the immortal world. My cultivation base has already reached the late Mahayana realm, and my starry sky nascent soul has also reached the end of the ninth tribulation. Moreover, this clear feather pill's residual medicinal power has not been completely refined. After refining it, this Shao can cross the tribulation at any time. The clear feather pill is so powerful, presumably other things also have similar effects. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out a few more jade boxes and carefully examined them. Inside these jade boxes, there were 3 colored clouds, 9 colored hills, flashing crystal dragons, strange colored bone flowers, and even a multicolored butterfly. Xiaohua looked at them with a smile. His mind entered the space and called out Daoist Witch, Celestial Being, Demon Sovereign Shi, and the others. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Daoist Witch and the others cupped their hands and smiled. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for reaching the peak of the 9th grade of Essence Force. Chapter 45-58. Xiaohua shook his head with a smile and said, What is there to be happy about? If not for the fragment of the myriad extinguishing heavenly dipper, I would not have taken the clear feather pill now. Daoist Wu nodded and said, You are right. Fellow Daoist, you are now at the late stage of Mahayana realm, and still have the medicinal strength of the clear feather pill in your body. Perhaps you will ascend to the immortal realm after leaving Star Moon Palace. But, we have yet to return to Dawn Rain Continent, and there are still many things we need to do. How can we leave now? Reverend Yun looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist, you are overthinking. Do you think ascending to the immortal realm is an easy thing? Among 10,000 cultivators who have cultivated to the peak of the 9th tier of Yuan energy, it is impossible for one to ascend to the immortal realm. Furthermore, the closer one is to the end, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Although fellow Daoist has already reached the late stage of tribulation transcendence, it will take at least 1,000 years for you to reach the consummation stage. Sure Fiend quickly said, That's right, that's right. Big brother, it's the same as when you use the lightning escape technique. The first 70% of your physical body can merge with the void, but the later 30% is much slower. If you want to merge the last 5% into the void, who knows how long you'll have to wait. Xiaohua looked at his clones and said with a smile, Let's not talk about it anymore. In any case, I have made great progress in my overall strength, so we should not neglect it anymore. Then, he pointed at the jade box hovering in the air and said with a smile, This is a treasure I obtained together with the clear feather pill. If nothing goes wrong, it should be able to help you in your cultivation. Fellow Daoists, please take a look at it, as it is what you need. Reverend Yun gave it a look, then grabbed it with his dragon claw. It was the glittering crystal dragon, and he said, You don't have to look at it anymore. It must be I. The Celestial frowned and looked at this and that. Finally, he grabbed the small 9-colored mountain with his big hand. He squinted his eyes and looked at it for a moment, then nodded and said, This is it. Although I don't know what it is, the aura in it is very familiar. I think after refining it, my overall strength will catch up with fellow Daoist. Daoist Witch smiled faintly. Without any hesitation, he extended his arm and took the strange-colored bone flower in his hand. Like Reverend Yun, there's no need for me to look at it any longer. This thing is definitely mine. It's just that I don't know how helpful it will be to I's cultivation after refining it. Big brother. Demon Venerable Shi was a little envious. He looked at the jade boxes on the left and said with a flattering face, this three-colored cloud has the aura of noble spirit. It must belong to Wen Chu. That starfish has the aura of the power of the moon and stars. It should belong to Feng Wu. As for the bamboo that condenses the long river and the colorful butterfly, I don't know who would use them. However, little brother knows that all of this is useless for little brother's cultivation. I wonder if big brother has anything that I need? What else do you want? The Celestial put away the 9-colored mountain and shouted, you should refine that demonic array's demonic spirit properly. It's stronger than anything else. Yes, yes. Demon Venerable sure smiled and said, little brother knows that I'm being greedy. However, since all of you have gained something, you should let little brother be happy, right? Ha. Xiao Hua laughed. He waved his hand and took out another jade box. Don't worry. This palace's star array is very magical. There are all kinds of treasures from Buddhism, Daoist, Confucian, and demon. How can there be no demonic array? This is for you. Demon Lord Shi received the jade box and opened it to take a look. Inside, there was a blood-red skull that looked like a crystal-clear crystal. Demon Lord Shi Bujue laughed and quickly kept the jade box. He bowed and said, thank you, big brother. Little brother will devour this thing. I think I can take the last step. Damn it. The Celestial rolled his eyes and said, why do you want to take the last step? Could it be that you want to ascend to the immortal realm too? Hee hee. Demon Venerable Shi laughed and said, big brother, you don't know. Little brother can also ascend. However, little brother is going to the upper realm Devil Swamp in the Devil Realm. Good boy, you can also ascend. The Celestial was envious and said, if all of you ascend, where will I go? Don't worry, fellow Daoist. Daoist Witch smiled and said, when we take the last step, we will naturally know. Moreover, at the very least, we still have Xinhua continent. When the Celestial heard that, he raised his hand and took out the 9-colored mountain and said, fellow Daoist, you are right. Then I want to see where I will take the last step. With that, the Celestial opened his mouth and was about to swallow the 9-colored mountain. When Xiaohua saw that, he hurriedly raised his hand and blocked the mountain. He smiled bitterly and said, fellow Daoist, don't worry. This is not a good place to refine treasures. If not for the fragment of the great extinguishing heavenly dipper, I wouldn't have taken the clear feather pill here. It's not too late to refine it after we leave the Star Moon Palace and find a place to cultivate. That works too. When the Celestial heard that, he kept the 9-colored mountain and said, that's right, the cloud-like crystal chip with the fragment of the great extinguishing heavenly dipper seems to be the secret technique to refine the great extinguishing heavenly dipper. I want to study it. Very good. Xiao Hua smiled and handed the crystal chip to the Celestial. I'll leave it to you to study it. When the Celestial kept the crystal chip, Xiao Hua said, fellow Daoists, you don't have to go back first. When I was passing through the platform earlier, I heard strange thunder. There seemed to be some strange words in the thunder. The sound contained the power of laws, and ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand it. However, when I heard it, it also sounded in my heart. I seemed to be able to understand it. Now that we have nothing to do, instead of waiting for the Star Moon Palace to close, why don't we listen to it and see what mysteries there are inside? Very good. The Celestial smiled and said, as the saying goes, unity of will is an impregnable fortress. We will also help you to study it. Unity of will is an impregnable fortress? Daoist sorcerer smiled and asked, this phrase doesn't seem to be appropriate here. Who cares if it's appropriate or not, I'll go listen to it first. Xiao Hua laughed. His figure flashed and landed at the place where he came from earlier. The Celestial and the others followed behind him. After exiting the palace door condensed from silver light, they saw the greenish-white platform again. It was also as dark and cold as usual, as if everything that happened in the pavilion had nothing to do with the outside world. Even if a crack was torn in the immortal world, and the two exiled immortals had returned to the immortal world, they couldn't raise a trace of light in this darkness. Xiao Hua and the others stood in front of the pavilion and looked around. There were also some light silhouettes in the shadows in the distance, but they couldn't see what they looked like clearly. A kind of heaviness and mystery came from afar. Xiao Hua and the others passed by the light silhouettes and flew towards the platform. They knew clearly that the light silhouettes weren't something they could approach casually. After flying to the platform, Xiao Hua and the others landed and waited quietly. Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, thunder rumbled from high up in the sky. Xiao Hua hurriedly looked at the celestial, Daoist sorcerer, and the others. It wasn't out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Their bodies shone with golden, blood-red, or gray-white light. However, their bodies were the same as Xiao Hua's, showing no signs of exploding. Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief and listened with rapt attention. That voice appeared in Xiao Hua's heart again. However, this time was different from the previous times. The voice was abnormally blurry, and he couldn't hear what it was saying at all. Fellow Daoist. Just as Xiao Hua frowned, the celestial's body trembled and he cried out in alarm, This seems to be a cultivation method. It's really suitable for this poor Daoist to cultivate. Xiao Hua's body also shook. He looked at the celestial in disbelief and listened with rapt attention again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hear it clearly. He looked at the celestial again and frowned as well. He couldn't help but walk toward the other direction of the platform. Fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua reminded him, that place is not somewhere you and I can go. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, the celestial raised his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua to shut up. His figure stopped, turned around, and took a few steps forward. In the end, he stopped again, and said to Xiao Hua, Fellow Daoist, this poor Daoist can confirm that this voice is talking about a kind of cultivation method that this poor Daoist can cultivate. But I can't hear it clearly from here. You can only hear it when you go there. As he said that, the celestial pointed at the outline of a light shadow outside the platform. How is that possible? Xiao Hua was puzzled. The thunder can only be heard on the platform, but it can't be heard after the platform. How can that light shadow be heard? Why don't we go there and have a look? Reverend Yun said with a smile, If fellow Daoist feels unsafe, we won't leave the platform. All right. Xiao Hua nodded helplessly. He understood the celestial's feelings very well. After all, it was rare for him to come across a cultivation method he could cultivate. If it were him, he wouldn't want to give it up so easily. What he was worried about was that the celestial might not be able to hear it clearly when they reached the edge of the platform. Sure enough, when they landed on the edge of the platform, not only did the thunder not become louder, it became softer, and finally disappeared. Damn it. Celestial Bujue roared to the sky, Are you kidding me? As soon as the celestial's voice died away, another thunder rumbled. However, this time, it was not the thunder that fell, but the same inexplicable sound. This. The voice rang in Xiao Hua's mind. Xiao Hua shuddered and stood there in a daze. Although the voice was vague, he could hear it clearly. The discussion about the cultivation method is about to begin. All divine sons are in position. The discussion about the cultivation method? Divine sons? Xiao Hua came to his senses and hurriedly turned to look at the celestial, Daoist sorcerer, and Reverend Yun. Obviously, they had heard it too, and their faces were filled with disbelief. After all, the Xingyue palace mentioned by Fairy Xingyu was an ancient divine object. How could there be an ancient deity in it? But if these voices were just illusions, and were just one of the restrictive spells in the Xingyue palace, what was the use of these voices? Chapter 45-59. The Inheritance. Xiao Hua suddenly realized something. Reverend Yun raised his hand and pointed into the distance, saying, Fellow Daoist, look. The silhouette over there is emitting a golden light. Xiao Hua hurriedly looked over. Indeed, within the pitch-black silhouette, strange silhouettes were lit up one after another, like lamps in the night. The sons of gods are sitting there. The celestial muttered, Could that be where Xianhong is discussing the law? Let's go and have a look. Thinking of the inheritance, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He flew up and waved his hand. After flying over the platform, in the time it took to finish a meal, some large silhouettes appeared in front of them. They were similar to the pavilions from before, but most of the silhouettes were shining with a golden light. Only a few of them were dim. All the silhouettes that were shining with a golden light emitted a powerful and unpredictable aura. Xiaohua and the others could not get close at all. Xiaohua could only choose a dim silhouette to land on. However, the silhouette was like a pavilion without any door. Xiaohua reached out and touched the silhouette, but he felt a hard sensation. He could not enter at all. In the middle of the pavilion silhouette, there was a small protrusion. When Xiaohua touched the silhouette, the protrusion flashed with a golden light, and a strange lock was revealed. When Xiaohua's hand left the silhouette, the lock disappeared again. Lock? Key? When Xiaohua saw the lock, he immediately thought of the key he had obtained in the starry sky. He hurriedly took out the key and raised his hand to insert it into the lock. However, the lock flashed with a golden light and the key bounced off. This key is actually not the key. Xiaohua was a little disappointed. Then, he took out the key he had obtained in the Yeqiong Heavenly Palace. Unfortunately, the key still could not be inserted into the lock. That's not right. Xiaohua was depressed. He thought to himself, I obtained 2 keys in the Xingyue Palace. How can it not be the key? Could it be that these 2 keys belong to other pavilions? Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He looked up and saw that there was another silhouette not far away from the pavilion silhouette. He hurriedly flew over. This silhouette was even weirder. It looked like 2 inverted triangles joined together. Xiaohua touched the outline again, and the place where the 2 triangles touched flashed with a faint golden light. Another strange lock was revealed. Xiaohua hurriedly passed the 2 keys over. The light golden lock flashed with a golden light, and the 2 keys bounced open. Just as Xiaohua was about to head to another pavilion, fellow Daoist Kuang reminded him, fellow Daoist, don't forget that you still have a key that fell into the spatial crevice from the dragon field. Xiaohua casually replied, that's the key to the dragon domain, it can't be used here, right? However, after he finished speaking, Xiaohua also smiled. Since the holy lotus seed could be obtained from the spatial crack, then perhaps the key obtained from the spatial crack could also be used here? Unfortunately, the key with the dragon pattern still bounced off the golden light and did not open the lock. Hee hee. Xiaohua waved his hand again and took out the key he obtained from the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. He waved his hand and sent it into the lock. He smiled and said, I have many keys, why don't I try them one by one? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, with a swish, a light sound rang out. The lock shone brightly, and the key engraved with dragon patterns actually fell into the lock. Along with the light, the 2 triangular outlines lit up. At the same time that the lock entered the outline, layer upon layer of dragon patterns appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua reached out his hand and pushed. The originally solid outline had already disappeared, and his hands sank into it. This is really strange. Xiaohua was overjoyed, but also extremely puzzled. This key came from the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. It should belong to the supreme dragon god of the great desolate continent. How can his key open this pavilion of the Star Moon Palace? Could it be that supreme dragon god is the ancient almighty who refined this Star Moon Palace? However, Xiaohua could not think too much at this moment. Under the urging of celestial being, Xiaohua stepped forward and flew into the 2 triangular pavilions. Inside the pavilions was the ocean. The blue seawater looked like crystal, and layers of strong aura of the great desolate continent flowed like the wind in this seemingly endless ocean. As soon as Xiaohua, celestial being, Daoist witch, and the others entered the pavilions, the sound of thunder rang out again. As the sound of thunder fell, the entire ocean shook. Streams of indescribable principles emerged from the shaking and rushed into Xiaohua's body, stimulating the crystal-like divine spark and primal purple energy. The invisible golden light of the divine spark shot out from Xiaohua's body, connecting celestial being, Daoist witch, Reverend Yun, and Lord Archfiend. The principles vibrated the golden light and turned into profound meanings that fell into everyone's bodies. Just like Xiaohua, they could clearly hear the voice in their hearts. This time, Xiao Hong will discuss the Tao of gods. Gods are almighty beings. Anything can become a god, no matter if it is a demon, a devil, a spirit, a human, a dragon, a sorcerer, or this. Xiao Hua heard it clearly. Although he was greatly shocked, he also felt a little depressed. Damn it, I'm just a cultivator from the mortal realm. I haven't ascended to become an immortal yet. Why should I listen to the Tao of gods? If Senior Su hasn't returned to the immortal realm, I'll bring him here to listen to it. However, right at this moment, the voice continued, ordinary gods can only be regarded as demigods or even nihility gods. Even if they ascend to the divine realm of the great desolate continent and continue their cultivation, they can never become original gods, let alone incipient gods. This is what people in the three realms often say, gods are not achieved through cultivation. This is because, in order to become an original god, one must obtain the words of a god, the chi of a god, the spirit of a god, and the body of a god before ascending to the divine realm of the great desolate continent. In the three realms, the cultivation of all living things is inclined towards one kind. It could be the words of a god, the chi of a god, the spirit of a god, or the body of a god. Even if there is a cultivator who can obtain two, if he obtains all four, there is not even one in a billion. Boom. When these words fell into Xiao Hua's heart, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, like a sudden enlightenment. In an instant, Xiao Hua's mind became clear. Without even thinking, he immediately sat down cross-legged and turned his 5 hearts towards the sky to listen quietly. The Tao of gods, even if he didn't understand it, he still had to listen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The ancient great sorcerers cultivated the green seal script and obtained the words of a god. The ancient great scholars cultivated the inscription script and obtained the chi of a god. The ancient Buddha cultivated the golden seal script and obtained the spirit of a god. If a cultivator has these three, he can ascend to the divine realm of the great desolate continent. As for the body of a god, it is the primal chaos body after all. It is rare even in the divine realm of the great desolate continent. If a son of God wants to become an incipient god, he has to refine his body with the chaotic energy before he ascends to the divine realm of the great desolate continent. Even a demigod in the divine realm of the great desolate continent can hardly survive after falling into the chaos, let alone a cultivator from the lower realm. Therefore, in the divine realm of the great desolate continent, it is easy to cultivate the original god realm, but difficult to cultivate the incipient god realm. At first, Xiao Hua's heart was still pounding, and he was even wild with joy. But later on, he became intoxicated. These words were not only the truth of the heaven and earth, but also something that Xiao Hua would never be able to hear. Moreover, when these words fell into Xiao Hua's heart, the heavenly Tao Xiao Hua and the karma Xiao Hua in the space were intoxicated. Countless profound meanings slowly flowed into Xiao Hua's heart. As the words fell into his heart, the truth that was not easy to comprehend also turned into murmuring water. It was the same for Xiao Hua, the celestial, Daoist sorcerer, Reverend Yun, and Shi the Exalted. Indescribable ripples were emanating from the bodies of the 4 clones, and dazzling lights were flashing from time to time. When they were intoxicated, the bodies of the 4 clones trembled at the same time. The celestial took out the small 9-colored mountain and slapped it on the top of his head. Immediately, the 9-colored light began to overflow from his head, slowly spreading down his body along with the words. Daoist sorcerer also took out the strange-colored bone flower, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. After that, his body began to tremble as well. Gradually, the trembling turned into a rhythm as he refined the bone flower. Reverend Yun and Shi the Exalted had also taken out the crystal dragon and the translucent blood-red skull respectively. Taking advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they began to refine and devour them. After an unknown amount of time, although the discussion was neither fast nor slow, Xiao Hua could already tell that it was not a single existence that was discussing the law, but rather multiple existences. Some of the contents of the discussion were like sweet rain to Xiao Hua, indescribably wonderful, while some were incomprehensible. However, Xiao Hua was not dispirited. He only memorized what he heard, regardless of whether he would forget it in the future. Moreover, he also clearly knew that the heavenly Dao Xiaohua and Karma Xiaohua had long since escaped from his space, turning into an ethereal place to carefully comprehend. The mysteries of these two doppelgangers were something that even Xiaohua himself did not know, so he also believed that the things he did not understand, these two doppelgangers would certainly understand. When another voice rang out, Xiaohua's spirit was shaken, and he once again focused his mind, for the words were exactly the secret that he could not find even after all the hardships he had gone through. The world began with the soul, followed by the 5 elements, and then came the strength. Therefore, the mystery of the soul is comparable to the heaven and earth. The strength of the soul is far stronger than the strength of the 5 elements, and is even stronger than the strength of the fleshly body. Every creature has a spirit, and their fleshly body is different. Be it a beast, a man, a wood, or a spirit, they all have different bodies, different cultivation methods, and different paths to becoming a god. But the soul of every creature is one. The essence is the same, but the form is different. Or, you can say that the grades are different. The cultivation of the soul is the engraving of the Dharma, which is the power of the heaven and earth. Only the cultivation of the soul can make all creatures equal. And only those who can control the strength of the soul can be called original God, and only then can they be qualified to step into the incipient God realm. Therefore, the cultivation of the soul touches the mystery of the heaven and earth, and harms the foundation of all creatures. Although one is an almighty expert, it is also a great taboo. I have traveled all over the immemorial world, read countless ancient secret histories, and found the mystery of the soul cultivation fragments. I have shared it with the sons of God, so they can comprehend it and see the heaven and earth. Chapter 45-60. Daoist witch, who was sitting next to Xiaohua, trembled violently. His body glowed with an indescribable green light, which took the shape of a flower and began to bloom slowly. As the strange voice fell, heaven and earth Xiaohua and Karma Xiaohua also sent some light threads into the flower, cooperating with Daoist witch. At the same time, the green light around Daoist witch rushed into Xiaohua again, as if some stamens were stuck on his body. The souls that Xiaohua obtained from the heaven and earth pagoda began to slowly fall into the flower along with the green light. The faint green light gradually grew thicker. By the time the voice finished speaking, Daoist which had completely transformed into the shape of a flower. The souls in the space slowly fell into his body in an orderly manner. The heavenly Dao Xiaohua and Karma Xiaohua were also withdrawn from Daoist witch's body. Immediately after that, other voices began to talk about the techniques one by one. Some of them were the techniques of Confucian cultivators, some were the techniques of spirit cultivators, some were the techniques of demon cultivators, some were the techniques of celestial being, and some were the techniques of fiend cultivators. In short, all kinds of mystic techniques that could lead one to become a god were revealed one after another. The celestial being, Reverend Yun, and Archfiend Shi were wild with joy. Of course, Xiaohua felt sorry for Reverend Thunderbolt, Feng Wu, and Wen Chu. But he also believed that with heavenly Dao and Karma Xiaohua here, these meat pies that fell from the sky would definitely fall into their mouths. Although they had already been chewed by 2 of his clones. Putting aside the fact that Xiaohua had obtained the biggest meat pie from Star Moon Palace and encountered one of the most important fortuitous encounters in his path of cultivation, there was a small fishing village in the southwest of hidden immortal continent, near the East Sea. As it was already dusk, smoke rose from kitchen chimneys, and the aroma of fish wafted out from everywhere. Although the sea breeze was still blowing, it was very gentle now, blowing the aroma to the beach. The side of the beach was covered with reefs. Many children were either playing or busying themselves near these reefs. Wherever the tide passed, not only would there be a lot of prawns, crabs, and seaweed left on the beach, there were also marine creatures that were rarely seen between the reefs. The fisherwomen in the fishing village collected the shrimp, crabs, and seaweed from the beach and brought them back to cook, leaving these children to harvest between the reefs. I caught a big starfish. A thin child took out a bowl-sized starfish from a crevice and jumped onto the reef to show off proudly. On a nearby reef, another slightly chubby child said disdainfully, "What's there to show off about a starfish? Look at me. As he spoke, the slightly plump child took out a basin-sized crab from the bamboo basket beside him and said, "This crab is enough for me and my parents to eat." The thin child from before was a little tongue-tied, as if his self-esteem had been struck. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. However, when he rolled his eyes, he hurriedly pointed at another child who had buried his head in the rock wall and remained silent. "No matter how big your coral is, it's not as good as the one salted fish boy picked up. I heard that coral can be sold for a lot of copper coins." Tisk. The chubby child immediately retorted, "I'm competing with you in terms of food, not in terms of value. The coral that salted fish boy picked up looks good, but who knows how much it can be sold for in a distant town. A big-headed fish picked up from the grass. She can't even carry it herself." The thin child was anxious. He pointed at a short girl further away and shouted, "Hers is also better than yours." However, the thin child had only said half a sentence when he suddenly stopped talking. He looked at where the girl was and froze there in a daze. The slightly plump child naturally didn't hesitate. He looked up at the short girl and shouted, "Who said that?" However, the slightly plump child was just like the thin child. Before he finished speaking, he was already stunned there. Because where the thin child was pointing, there was not only the thin girl, but also in the west, where the sun was setting. Under the orange clouds, an extremely huge ship slowly floated over from where the tide fell. The ship was so majestic that it was the first time the slightly plump child had seen it in his life. He couldn't help but open his mouth and stand there in a daze, not knowing what to say. The ship floated extremely fast, far faster than the usual ships the children had seen. In just a few minutes, it was already close to the coast. At this moment, the thin child came to his senses and shouted, "I saw this ship first. It's bigger than the biggest ship you've seen." Until now, the thin child still hadn't forgotten to compete with the slightly plump child. "Pig, I've never seen such a big pig. This. How many years will it take for my family to eat this?" The slightly chubby child was obviously a little bigger than the thin child. He threw this kind of boring comparison to the back of his mind and opened his eyes to look at the big pig lying on the bow of the ship. His eyes flashed with a fervent light as he muttered under his breath. When the thin child heard that, he became anxious again and shouted, "I saw this huge pig first too. You can't fight with me. After my father slaughters this pig, he'll give you a tail." Ah. The voices of the two children were quite loud and clear. The surrounding children who were busy picking up the sea creatures all heard them and raised their heads. Their little faces were filled with astonishment under the orange sunset. "Damn it!" At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded above the children's heads. "Who dares to eat my meat? You'll be lucky if I don't eat you." Following this voice, boom. The seawater outside the reef suddenly formed a huge wave. A wave in the shape of a pig rushed towards the thin child with a roar. "Wah!" That frail child cried loudly. The lower half of his clothes had already been soaked by the seawater, and now, a pungent smell of urine wafted over. Monster. The thin girl in the distance was still the quick-witted one. Seeing this, she hurriedly jumped down from the reef and shouted as she jumped, "The monster is coming, the monster is here, the monster is here." The children came to their senses. Their faces turned pale with fright as they moved their little legs. They either jumped off the reefs or jumped out of the sea, all of them running towards the fishing village. However, even though they were scared, their little hands were still tightly gripping the bamboo baskets and other things that they carried with them. "Mother, mother." "Wah wah." The thin child who was so scared that he wet himself cried loudly and wanted to jump down from the reef. However, his legs had already turned to jelly and he couldn't move a single step no matter how hard he tried. Besides crying loudly, there was only despair in his eyes. Dan. When the chubby child heard the thin child's cries, he subconsciously slowed down his steps. However, when he saw the huge tide behind the reef, the fear in his eyes grew stronger. He no longer dared to hesitate. He turned around and ran towards the fishing village while shouting, "The monsters are here. Ere Dan has been eaten by the monsters, the girl named Mao Chao was the first to land on the beach and run away. When she saw Erden lying on the reef, she turned back without any hesitation and ran towards the reef. After running for a few steps, she threw down the bamboo basket in her hand. Where the bamboo basket fell, several big crabs fell out. They waved their pincers and fled into the seawater horizontally. How could Mao Chao be faster than the wave? Before she could get close to the reef, the pig-shaped wave had already reached the reef. Mao Chao shouted, "Erden, jump down, I. Erden cried and said the word, "I," a few times. In the end, he couldn't say a complete sentence. Boom! The pig-shaped wave fell from the sky and smashed onto Erden's head. Seeing that Erden was about to be swept away, Mao Chao's eyes were also filled with despair. This was because the wave was so big that it seemed to cover the entire sky. If the wave fell, she would also be swept away, not to mention that there was a pig-shaped monster hiding in the wave. Just as Erden and Mao Chao were in despair, the huge pig-shaped wave condensed in the air. The pig's tail swept towards Erden's head and knocked him down onto the reef. Then, from the tail's root, a gush of seawater fell and drenched Erden's entire body. Wah! Erden, who was so scared that he didn't know how to cry, couldn't help but cry again. Ha ha ha, eat me, eat me. The huge pig-shaped wave laughed loudly and actually twisted its fat waist on Erden's head. Phew! Mao Chao suddenly woke up and let out a long sigh. Then, her legs went soft and she collapsed on the beach. She ran away and ran back. She was already exhausted. Liao Chao struggled to get up from the ground, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to do so. Ere Dan was soaked by the seawater, and while he was crying, he choked on the water. While he was coughing, the pig-shaped wave rolled up in the air, and the pitiful Liao Chao and Ere Dan fell into the wave. The wave was like a giant hand, sweeping the two of them towards the distant ship. Mao Chao was scared again. Her two black eyes turned rapidly and Erden was about to grin again. Amitba, chastity. At this time, a gentle voice sounded again. You're being naughty again. Why don't you act like a monk? Look at how scared these children are. Master. Chastity's voice sounded as if he was wronged. Disciple wasn't being naughty. Disciple was just testing people's hearts. Didn't you see? Disciple only used a small spell and saw the selfishness of human nature. So many children, except for this little girl called Mao Chao, none of them stayed to save this child called Erden. They are so young and yet they don't have a caring heart. What will they do in the future? Chapter 45-61. Amitba Buddha. The gentle voice continues, they are still children. It is already good enough that they can protect themselves in the face of danger. How can I ask them to save others? Moreover, their temperament needs to be cultivated bit by bit. It is impossible to know it from young. This is also the purpose of Master Sutra seeking bliss. I want to use Buddhism to teach them from young. Besides, didn't this girl stay? As long as one person stays, the humanity of this world will not be annihilated. Mao Chao was originally afraid, but after hearing the voice, her heart calmed down. Although she did not understand the meaning of the words, she knew the Amitba Buddha. Just as she was feeling relieved, her eyes lit up again. The sea waves disappeared and she was actually standing on a huge ship. Before she could see everything on the ship clearly, a strange face of a fire ape flashed in front of her. Ah! Mao Chao could not help but be afraid. She took 2 steps back and almost fell. At this moment, she felt something warm on her back. Mao Chao turned around to look. Ah! She screamed again. A pig ear that looked bigger than her was slightly swaying behind her back. Amitba Buddha. The gentle voice sounded beside Mao Chao, little benefactor, we are monks from Sutra seeking bliss. They are all this poor monk's disciples. Don't be afraid. Mao Chao looked towards the direction of the voice. A monk wearing a kasaya, wearing a pilu crown and holding a 9-ring monk staff was standing on the deck of the ship with a smile on his face. Wasn't this monk Chuanzang? Chuanzang did not neglect Mao Chao just because she was a little girl. He still held up one of his palms and saluted. Mao Chao's heart calmed down, but she was also a little panicked. She opened her mouth and stuttered, "Greetings, great master, Wa." Dan, who is beside Mao Chao, cries again, "Mother, Amitba." Chuanzang smiled and said, "Young benefactor, don't worry. Your clothes are already wet. Let my disciple dry your clothes first. The sea breeze here is very strong. Maybe you will get sick, master." On the other side of the deck, a white dragon horse walked over, scaring Mao Chao, because the white dragon horse spoke human language. Moreover, it was the language of hidden immortal continent. You don't know this. These children grew up by the sea since they were young. They are not afraid of the sea breeze. Don't look at how cold the weather is now. Letting them swim 2 laps in the sea will not be a problem. Humph. Jinjia's lazy voice sounded again. Do you think they're dragons like you? He even swam 2 laps in the sea. Let's not talk about freezing to death. We'll tire them to death. The white dragon horse was naturally Jinfeng. He smiled and replied, "Eldest senior brother, the best circle I'm talking about is a casual circle. It's not like the big circle in the Eastern Sea." Bah. Jinjie replied mercilessly, "You still have the nerve to talk about your East Sea. You, the 10th prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, have no face at all. What happened to the dragon boat? What happened to the banquet? What happened to the song and dance of the conch maiden? Damn it, not a single promise was fulfilled. On the contrary, the wild flood dragons and sea beasts are endless. If it wasn't for me, Master would have been eaten by the sea beasts the moment he stepped into the Eastern Sea, right? You still have the nerve to call yourself the 10th prince of the Dragon Palace in front of me? Eldest senior brother." Jinfeng also felt wronged. Although his horse face was burning, he still said in a low voice, "Little brother also doesn't know what happened. There must be some big change in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, when Master passes through the Eastern Sea, they would have to express their gratitude." Humph, what's there to express? Those suppressed sea beasts coming over to make up the numbers? Then wouldn't they have to make me help out? Jinjie snorted coldly and said, "Don't say so many useless things. Since your East Sea Dragon Palace doesn't have any offerings, when we get ashore, you still have to carry me. The previous agreement doesn't count anymore." "All right. Eldest senior brother." Jinfeng was dejected. He swung his tail and walked to the side of the ship listlessly. Chen Jia opened his mouth as if he wanted to reprimand him. However, when he saw Jinjie's mountain-like body, he shook his head slightly and said to Jinkong, "Help this child dry his clothes." "Yes, master." Jinkong replied. Just as he took a few steps, Erden was so scared that he wanted to grin again. Jinjie called out, "Jinhan, what are you waiting for? Do you want master to call you? Don't you know that your Confucian cultivation true qi is the best at drying clothes?" Yes, eldest senior brother. Little brother understands." On the other side of the deck, a Confucian general dressed in armor instantly got out of his lazy state and flew over energetically. As he rubbed his hands, faint flames appeared. They finally saw a human again. Although this human had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a murderous aura, Zhuochao and Erden finally calmed down. With Jinjia around, Jinhan naturally wouldn't burn Erden's clothes. He just pretended to be careless. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to dry Erden's clothes. At this moment, the ship also shook and stopped. From the cabin of the ship, 2 7th-grade Essence Force sea demons popped their heads out. When the 2 sea demons appeared, Zhuochao and Erden trembled again. They were so scared that they even closed their eyes. The 2 sea demons tiptoed to a place not far from Chunzong. They lowered their voices and said respectfully, "Master, we have already arrived at the hidden immortal continent. Our ship is too big and can't get close to the shore." The sea demons spoke in the human language. They were very stuttering and even a little unclear. Chunzong was a little stunned as if he didn't understand. Xianxia snorted and said, "If you know that you can't get close to the shore, then what are you still talking about? Why don't you hurry up and get a small boat over? Don't you know that my master can't fly?" "Yes, yes." When the two sea demons heard Xianxia's words, their bodies clearly trembled. Without saying anything else, they hugged their heads and ran back. Then, they heard a crackling sound from the cabin. Not long later, a rather big ship appeared on the surface of the sea. "Damn it!" Xianxia cursed. "Can such a big ship get close to the shore?" "Yes, yes." A sea demon hurriedly said, "Senior, don't worry. There are no submerged reefs at the bottom of the sea. This ship can definitely get close to the shore." "Good." Xianxia nodded and said, "If my master's kasaya is stained with a drop of seawater, I will teach you a lesson." That sea demon replied with a sad face, "Senior, how about this junior carry master to the shore?" "Nonsense. If he can carry you and fly, why do we need you?" Zhenfeng jumped up and said, "I am the 10th prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I have already carried my master across the Eastern Sea. Do you know? Amitba." Chunzong chanted, "Thank you, benefactors. This poor monk will take his leave now. I hope we will meet again in the future." You're welcome." The two sea demons hurriedly returned the salute with a relieved expression. Xianxia finally stood up from the deck, causing the entire ship to shake. However, this was nothing. His words stunned the two sea demons on the spot. "Go back and recite the rebirth mantra for me 3,000,000 times. 3,000,000 times. The sea demons' faces were even more bitter than if they had eaten a pill. Xianxia glanced at the two sea demons and said coldly, "What's wrong? Don't you miss the rebirth mantra? How many living beings have you killed? Can you transcend all of them by reciting it 3,000,000 times? If you don't miss it, I will recite the rebirth mantra twice now." Yes, senior. We will definitely recite it, definitely." The two sea demons turned pale with fright and immediately replied. "Recite it now." Xianxia stood up from the ship and watched as Zhenkong carefully helped Chuanzang onto the small boat, berating him sternly. "Namo amitba yi toda gata yi toda yi amitba padi 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 amitba ah? Why is the rebirth mantra so short?" A moment later, Xianxia stopped in the air and glared at the two sea demons. "You dare to fool me? Senior." The two sea demons' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly said, "We don't dare." Eldest senior brother. Zhenhan, who was dancing the sutra with her staff, hurriedly whispered, "The mantra of rebirth is so short." Xianxia was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Then, he snorted and said, "Forget it, you're lucky. If I had known earlier, would have let you all chant." At this point, Xianxia tactfully shut up and walked towards the hidden immortal continent with large strides. Although Xianxia was sincerely worshipping Buddha and was also very respectful towards Chuanzang, he was also extremely lazy. Not to mention chanting the Buddhist sutra, he couldn't even remember the name of the Buddhist sutra. The two sea demons didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Xianxia leave, the two sea demons hurriedly flew back to the ship and carefully stood on the deck. After Chuanzang sat on the small boat and reached the beach, the two sea demons jumped into the sea and escaped towards the depths of the East Sea. Chuanzang got down from the small boat and Zhenkong carefully supported him. Chuanzang walked past the beach and turned his head to look at the vast sea and the footprints he left on the beach. He couldn't help but sigh, "Amitba, this poor monk has finally stepped onto the land of the hidden immortal continent again. My Buddha is merciful. This time, it is completely different. Last time, this poor monk only had the heart of Buddha. The heart is willing but the strength is insufficient. Now, this poor monk has 3 scrolls of Mahayana Buddhist Sutra. The Buddha's mantra is not only to enlighten the common people, it is also to let the hidden immortal continent bathe in the glory of Buddha. Although this journey was difficult, this poor monk has finally walked more than half of it. The so-called merit and virtue is nothing. The only real thing is these footprints. These footprints can once again step into the longevity town. I hope they can also step into the hearts of the people. Chapter 45-62. When Chunzong turned around, he saw a row of shallow footprints beside the footprints he left on the beach. It was Zhenkong. Of Chunzang's 4 disciples, Zhenjie, Zhenfeng, and Zhenhan were all riding the wind. Only Zhenkong was supporting Chunzong as they walked along the beach. Dang dang dang. At this moment, the sound of a gong came from the fishing village in the distance. Clamorous shouts could be heard, "Help, the sea monsters are eating people." Amidst the noise, a group of strong fishermen rushed out of the fishing village with harpoons, spears, scimitars, and other weapons in their hands. They rushed toward the beach while shouting, "Amitba." Chunzong retracted his gaze from the sea and looked at Zhenjie, who was standing in the air. "Zhenjie, this is all your fault. Why aren't you apologizing to the fishermen?" "Yes, master." Zhenjie nodded. He raised his hand and punched Zhenfeng, who was carrying Ji Chao and Er Dan on his butt. He scolded, "Go, apologize to the fishermen." "Why is it me again? What does this have to do with me?" Zhenfeng felt wronged and shouted. Just as he was about to give up, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the East Sea. The sky that was covered in the sunset glow now had layers of black and white ribbons. These colors seemed to be caused by the gust of wind, but also seemed to be caused by the folding of the void. At the same time, where the sea met the sky, a layer of pitch-black demonic clouds quickly spread along the surface of the sea. Within the demonic clouds, the silhouette of a huge shell could be seen. In front of the demonic clouds, there was a faint golden shadow. This shadow was like a huge eagle. With a flap of its wings, it flew hundreds of miles. This shadow carried a terrifying aura as it crossed the surface of the sea. Wherever the shadow passed, it created waves that were dozens of feet tall. It looked like it was faster than lightning as it pounced toward Chunzong. "Protect master." Zhenkong was originally supporting Chunzong. At this moment, he roared and reached out his hand to grab the magic wand. Then, he rushed into the sky. He faced the terrifying aura head-on. "Okay." Zhenhan didn't dare to delay. She replied and threw the scripture on the ground. She waved her staff and flew to Chunzang's side. She looked like a loyal and righteous person. Damn it. Zhenfeng cursed when he saw Zhenhan snatching the opportunity to perform before him. He hurriedly landed on the ground and tossed 2 balls and 2 grass to the ground. He didn't care whether the 2 children were injured or not as he hurriedly shouted, "Master, don't be afraid. Your disciple is here." But Lama Zhenfeng rushed over like the wind, also blocking Chunjiu behind him. Fortunately, Liao Chao and Er Dan were originally children who grew up on the beach. Although Lama Zhenfeng threw it savagely, there weren't any sharp rocks on the beach. The 2 children rolled on the beach and immediately got up. Looking at the violent winds and huge waves in the distance, as well as the dark clouds in the sky, they didn't hesitate to rush towards the small fishing village. Outside the small fishing village, the fishermen who had already come out with all kinds of weapons saw the white waves on the sea and the dark clouds in the sky. Although the terrifying aura wasn't directed at them, it was enough to make them tremble with fear. Now that they saw Ji Chao and Er Dan rushing back, who would dare to be arrogant outside? After receiving Ji Chao and Er Dan, they all turned around and ran back to the fishing village. They tightly closed their doors and didn't even have the courage to peek outside. Zhenjie saw the faces of Zhenfeng and the others. Zhenjie revealed a cold smile. However, when the terrifying aura approached, Zhenjie's expression turned cold. He shouted inwardly, "Not good." Zhenjie hurriedly took out the 9-tooth rake and his body glowed brightly. His body expanded and he shouted, "Damn fire ape, this is a demonic beast with an 8th grade essence force. How can you be a match for him? Quickly come back." Zhenjie's attitude towards Zhenkong was different. He knew very well that Zhenkong had disregarded his opponent's strength and charged forward without any regard for his own safety. This was Jinkong's true intention and not some pretense. Thus, his words were filled with great concern. Unfortunately, Jinjie's reminder was too late. Before he finished speaking, a golden-winged rock appeared. Wasn't it Peng Jun? A golden light flashed in Peng Jun's eyes. He glanced at Jinkong and stretched out a sharp claw. Caw! It swept through the sky and tore the void apart. The sharp claw instantly grabbed Jinkong's head. Under the sharp claws, the space within several kilometers was sealed. Let alone Jinkong, who was flying, even the surface of the sea beneath him froze in an instant. Roar! Jinkong faced Peng Jun, who was many times stronger than him. His eyes turned red as he roared towards the sky. The blood vessels on his arms flared as he tried to wave his magic wand. Unfortunately, under Peng Jun's sharp claw, Jinkong was like a child. Peng! The sharp claw grabbed Jinkong's magic wand. At the same time, the magic wand was sent flying. Jinkong's body also fell into the sea like a rock. Damn it! Jinfeng saw this from afar and his body trembled. Even his horse's legs went soft. He shouted in shock, how can there be a demonic beast with 8th grade origin energy? Is Mahavirakhana crazy? I have to hurry and inform the Immortal Palace. Zhenhan's heart was also pounding. He moved to block Chun Zhang's body and said, oh, no, I have to hurry to the Immortal Palace to get reinforcements. Chun Zhang, on the other hand, didn't panic at all. He chanted Buddha's name and calmly looked at the sea and sky. Roar! Seeing Jinkong being knocked into the sea, Jinjia was furious. With a roar, it rushed into the sky and turned into a huge light shadow. This light shadow suddenly elongated and distorted. In an instant, it landed in front of Peng Jun. Without waiting for the light shadow to solidify, woo! The wind whistled again. The 9-toothed rake was surrounded by clouds and it pounced towards Peng Jun like a 9-headed dragon. Rumble. Just as the 9-toothed rake descended, the black and white stripes in the sky suddenly condensed. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, Demon King Ni Quan's figure appeared. When Ni Quan saw such a wild chastity ring, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. As he waved his tail, layers of spatial ripples appeared in an attempt to block the 9-toothed rake. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded. Wherever the 9-toothed rake passed, it was invincible. All the spatial ripples were destroyed. Just when Ni Quan was about to wave his tail again, Jinjia raised its hoof. Wang! It was as if the world was being trampled by this hoof. The light shadows in the surrounding 10 li fell into this hoof. Jinjia's hoof suddenly disappeared into the void. Soon after, Peng Jun's eagle cry resounded amidst the rumbling sounds. Finally, with a loud boom, Peng Jun's body flipped a few times in the air. He hurriedly flapped his wings and stabilized his body. How can this pig be so powerful? Peng Jun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, no wonder Daoist Xiao told us to be careful. Ouch, not good. Peng Jun was surprised. Waves appeared in the void again. The 9-toothed rake shot out from the void like a meteor and ruthlessly smashed towards Peng Jun's back. Peng Jun didn't doubt that if this 9-toothed rake fell, 9 bloody holes would appear on his body. He would also lose half his life. Fortunately, Peng Jun didn't need to raise his head and spit out lightning. At this moment, Bai Qing had already arrived. The pitch-black demonic cloud scattered across the sky. The huge shell blocked the 9-tooth rake. With a loud bang, the multicolored light shone for thousands of feet. Bai Qing's shell trembled rapidly. The huge body also staggered as if it couldn't stand steadily. The multicolored halo on Bai Qing's shell was extremely powerful. Even if Chastity Ring's 9-toothed rake hit it, the halo alone could greatly reduce the force. However, at this time, the multicolored halo had been taken back by God's punishment. Bai Qing could not adapt to it for a while. She used her shell to take on Chastity Ring's attack. Previously, when Jinjia was fighting with a great demon of the lower 8th grade in the Great Snow Mountain, He had just arrived at the Elysium from the primitive continent. Due to the laws of heaven and earth, many of his supernatural powers were restricted by the laws. He could only reach the upper 8th grade of the Elysium. Moreover, at that time, Xianxia wasn't familiar with the environment of the 3 continents and couldn't fully display his strength. In addition, the 5-colored halo of the Great Demon was magical. It seemed that he could only fight the Great Demon to a draw. But now, not only was Xianxia used to the power of the stars and moon in the 3 continents, he also used some secret techniques to avoid the power of the laws and recovered some of his supernatural powers. His strength had already surpassed the peak of the 8th grade of the Elysium and was not far from the edge of the 9th grade of the Elysium again. How could Bai Qing, who had lost her 5-colored halo, resist the 9-toothed rake so easily? Under this attack, although the shell wasn't penetrated, Bai Qing was also injured. As the huge shell swayed, a shadow immediately appeared and hurriedly escaped from the battle. "Where do you think you're going?" Xianxia took advantage of the situation and roared. Once again, he stretched out his trotter and stomped towards Bai Qing. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Ni Quan made his move. Ripples appeared on his horn and a series of spatial collapses closed in on Xianxia. Roar. Xianxia was slightly shocked. He opened his mouth and spat out a pillar of light. It was like a fountain that hit the spatial collapses and instantly pierced through them. Damn it. Seeing Bai Qing take advantage of the situation to escape, Ni Quan flapped his wings and pounced over. On the other side, Peng Jun also flapped his wings and attacked with his sharp claws. Xianxia cursed under his breath. Where did these 3 great demons come from? Their strength is at the 8th grade of the Elysium. I have enough confidence to fight against 2 of them, but it will be difficult to deal with 3 of them. You demons! Xianxia waved his 9-toothed rake in the air and shouted, "Where are you demons from?" "I'm a monk from the Sutra of Nirvana. What grudges do I have with you? Why are you chasing after me? I'm in a good mood today. If it's a misunderstanding, get the hell out of here and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you with my rake." Chapter 45-63. Humph. Bai Qing broke away from the battle. His 2 shells glowed faintly, and Bai Qing's clear face appeared on the surface of the shell. His face was filled with resentment. "How dare you call yourself a monk from the sutra seeking nirvana? How can there be a monk who calls himself an old man in this world? That's my freedom. It has nothing to do with you." Xianxia shouted impatiently, "If you have a grudge, say it quickly. If you're mistaken, get out of here and let me have a good night's sleep." "Ha." Peng Jun sneered, "Monk, if we don't have a grudge, why did we come all the way here from the sacred realm of 1,000 demons? If we don't kill you today to avenge my poor brother Bai, we won't have the face to call ourselves demon kings." Brother Bai? Although Peng Jun didn't mention the name of the 5-colored shell demon, nor did he say that he wanted to avenge it, Xianxia understood that not many demons had died in his hands. The 5-colored shell demon was one of them, and the strongest one at that. Seeing that the 3 demon kings wanted to avenge it, the grudge was naturally formed with the 5-colored shell demon. However, Xianxia still pretended not to know. He sneered, 3 old demons, on this sutra seeking nirvana. There are thousands of demons that died in my hands. Who knows which one you're talking about? Besides, those demons were tricked into coming here to seek death. If you want revenge, you can find the one who tricked them. Why are you looking for me? Humph, I only know that my brother died in your hands. Bai Qing snorted, I don't know anything else. Your royal younger brother? Xianxia looked at Bai Qing strangely and asked, you look so poor that you don't even have a piece of colored clothing. How can you be the brother of that upstart shining with 5 colors? Obviously, you were tricked into coming here. Bai Qing's heart ached at the mention of 5 colors. He sneered, you don't have to worry about that. Just give me your life. Just as he said this, Peng Jun screamed from afar, damn it. On Peng Jun's back, a huge pig's hoof had appeared out of nowhere. This pig's hoof had crushed the space within a radius of dozens of miles, trapping Peng Jun within it. You. Seeing that she had been fooled, Bai Qing was furious. The colorless halo around her flashed again, and she smashed toward the chastity ring. Bai Qing's 5-colored sea god shell's bloodline had been taken away, but the shell had been refined for many years. The material of the shell itself was also rare. When Bai Qing pounced on the chastity ring, a booming sound came from the sky as if a giant mountain had collapsed. Bai Qing doesn't seem to have many tricks up her sleeve. Since Bai Qing is already like this, Bai Qing can't be that strong. Although Ni Quan was in the middle of the battle, his heart was elsewhere. He had many thoughts just like Ni Xing from the Great Sage Hall. Along the way, he had been thinking about how to see Bai Qing's bottom line. Now that he saw that Bai Qing's 5 colors divine ability could no longer be used, he felt much more at ease. With such thoughts in mind, Ni Quan hurriedly said, "Brother Bai, don't be anxious. I'm here to help you." As he said that, Ni Quan swung his big tail. Together with Bai Qing, they formed a triangle and attacked Jinjia's fat head from both sides. Seeing the two forces sealing the space around it, layers of void cracks appeared in the nearby space, entangling and swallowing each other. Jinjia knew that although its kick could injure Peng Jun, it would definitely be killed. Jinjia sighed secretly. It stretched out its hooves from the void and faced Ni Quan. The 9-toothed rake danced and struck toward Bai Qing. Ga. Peng Jun escaped from the desperate situation. Without hesitation, he let out a long cry and pounced toward Jinjia again. Seeing that the 3 demon kings wanted to take revenge for the 5-colored sea god Shell clan, Jinjia had no choice but to pull itself together and use all its tricks to fight against them. The wind blew and the clouds shook on the shore of the East Sea, and the waves surged to the sky. The 4 demon clans fought from the sky to the sea, and from the sea to the sky. Even though the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, their battle cries still shook the sky. Jin Kong had already flown out from the sea and stood guard in front of Chun Zong with a magic wand in his hand. As for Dragon Horse Jin Feng and Jin Han, seeing how powerful the 3 demon kings were, they were already afraid. They looked at Jinjia's divine ability anxiously. As long as Jinjia showed less signs of being defeated, they would immediately go to the Immortal Palace and the East Sea Dragon Palace to call for reinforcements. When Peng Jun, Ni Quan, and Bai Qing came to the hidden immortal continent to take revenge, they had already investigated Chun Zong and his 4 disciples. They also knew that Jin Kong was a fire ape that Xiaohua didn't allow to be hurt. Therefore, even though Peng Jun's claw looked very powerful, it didn't hurt Jin Kong at all. Jin Kong flew out from the sea in confusion and hurriedly protected Chun Zong. His eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Jinjia's battle with the 3 demon kings. Boom! Just as everyone had their own thoughts and were dazzled by the battle, a loud sound was heard. Then, kacha-kacha, sounds of shattering echoed, followed by a miserable shriek. Bai Qing was the first to escape from the battle. On the incomparably hard shell, a huge pig's hoof print could be faintly seen. Around the hoof print, there were 3 large holes and many cracks. 2 of the 3 large holes were flowing with blood. After Bai Qing escaped from the battle, his figure immediately swayed and he flew towards the distance. Ga. Seeing that Bai Qing was injured, Peng Jun spread his wings. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. Similarly, dozens of afterimages appeared and flew towards the depths of the East Sea. Although Peng Jun was fast, Ni Quan, who had some understanding of Bai Qing's strength, was even faster. Bai Qing had just been injured by the 9-toothed rake. Before he could escape from the battle, an obscure fluctuation appeared on his horn. As his wings flapped, his figure had already entered the void and disappeared. Jin Kong. Seeing that the 3 demon kings had retreated, Jinjia shouted, "Protect Master well. This daddy will go and take the heads of these demon kings." After saying that, Jinjia moved his figure and turned into a stream of light to chase after them. However, he disappeared along with the 3 demon kings in an instant. Eldest senior brother is truly formidable. Dragon Horse Jin Feng flattered, "You actually managed to defeat the 3 archfiend kings. Seeing that your strength has already reached the highest realm in the 3 continents, you are truly a role model for us disciples." Eldest senior brother's strength has already reached the top. Zhen Han praised. His dedication is worthy of us learning. He was already exhausted from fighting the 3 demon kings, but in order to eliminate any future troubles, he still mustered his courage and chased after them. However, with this spirit of not giving up until the goal is achieved, eldest senior brother is also a role model for us. 2 bootlickers. Zhen Kong snorted coldly. There is no need to talk about senior brother Xianxia's strength, but if we are talking about spirit, I feel that the possibility of him being lazy and sleeping is higher. Master, you have to be a witness. Dragon Horse Zhen Feng immediately complained. When eldest senior brother returns, I will tell him this. You are not allowed to say that I am complaining behind his back. This is what Zhen Kong said himself. Amitabha. Chun Zong chanted. Master was frightened and my body is also tired. Let us find a place to rest first. Yes, Master. Hearing that, Zhen Kong hurriedly agreed. Disciple will bring Master to the small fishing village and find a place to stay. No need. Chun Zong waved his hand. At dusk, you scared the children of others. How can we find a place to stay? It is better to find a place to stay outside. Yes, Master. Zhen Kong felt that it was reasonable. He raised his head and with a flash of golden light in his eyes, he could already see clearly. He used his finger to point at a place that was like a hill not far from the fishing village. There is a place to shelter from the wind. Master, you can rest there tonight. Amitabha, let's go there. Chun Zong nodded and walked towards the direction that Zhen Kong pointed. Zhen Kong flew over first and waved his magic wand to clean up the surroundings. After Chun Zong sat down cross-legged and began to chant Buddhist scriptures, he stood far away with his magic wand in his hand and was on guard. Not only did he release his essence to scout the surroundings, he even executed the eye-clearing technique. His eyes flickered with golden light, appearing exceptionally bright in the darkness. Too pretentious. Zhen Han and Dragon Horse Zhen Feng exchanged a glance and mocked. The 3 archfiend kings have already been beaten away by eldest senior brother. Which other archfiend would be so blind as to come and seek death? The man and the horse laughed and also found a place to meditate. The curtain of night gradually lifted and the first rays of dawn slowly arrived. At the seaside where the battle took place last night, the sky was clear and boundless. The sun that had just begun to rise sprinkled its not-so-glaring brilliance onto the calm surface of the sea and also onto the fishing village. Caw, caw, caw. A rooster's crow sounded. Chun Zong, who had been meditating, moved his eyes slightly and was about to wake up. Seeing this, Zhen Kong's figure swayed and the dew on his shoulder dripped down. He was about to fly to Chun Zhang's side. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the fishing village. In the direction of the fishing village, a beautiful woman wearing ordinary clothes and carrying a bamboo basket leisurely walked over. The woman's eyes were searching as she walked. When she saw Chun Zhang's location clearly, joy appeared on her face and she quickened her steps. Hey! Zhen Kong roared and blocked the path with his magic wand. He raised his hand and pointed at the woman, saying, Bold archfiend, why are you still not revealing your true form? The woman was stunned. With a hoarse voice, she hurriedly called out, Master, please spare my life. This concubine is the mother of the girl you met yesterday. Mo Chao has already told this concubine about yesterday's situation. This concubine knows that this concubine has misunderstood all of you masters. Thus, this concubine was afraid that this concubine would be hungry, so this concubine made some biscuits early in the morning to appease your hunger. Bullshit. Zhen Kong raised his magic wand and a cold wind swept up. He aimed it at the woman's forehead and shouted, If you are Mo Chao's mother, how did you know that my master is immortal and needs to eat? Chapter 45-64. Master. That woman says pitifully, this concubine really does not know if you masters need to eat. However, this concubine thinks that since you are a human, you should eat. Last night on the sea was truly dangerous. Tuakeo's father did not allow this concubine to come out. This concubine thought about it, and felt that if this concubine did not express her apology. Tisk. Zhen Kong is truly furious. That magic wand of his falls a few more times, but in the end, it does not fall. He holds back his killing intent and shouts, "This daddy has already seen your true form. Stop pretending. If not for the fact that you know that my master is easily swayed, how would you dare to come over? If you still do not leave." Disciple. Chuanzang has already woken up. Looking over, he says unhappily, "What is going on? Does this female benefactor have something to say?" Damned Zhenhan. Zhen Kong says angrily, "Why are you still not hurrying to protect master?" Achoo. Zhenhan sneezes on a pile of firewood that looks like a dried tree trunk. She flips over and says, "Second senior brother, aren't you being too careful? Now that you have the reputation of eldest senior brother, which little demon would come looking for trouble?" After getting up, Chuanzang tidies up his kasaya. Beside him, Lama Zhenfeng has already come over and says with a smile, "Master, this is Tuakeo's mother. She said that she is here to deliver the pancakes to master to express her misunderstanding of us yesterday, Amitba." Chuanzang reveals a smile. Putting his palms together, he walks over to where Zhen Kong is blocking that woman and says, "Female benefactor is too polite. We are all monks and do not eat meat. Please take this pancake back." As long as female benefactor is willing, this poor monk is already very grateful. "Don't worry, master." That woman says with a smile, "Tuakeo has already said that master looks like a monk. This concubine did not use any meat oil when making the pancakes." "Master." Zhen Kong is anxious. His figure flashes back slightly as he calls out, "Don't come over. This is a demon." "Ah. Why is it a demon again?" Chuanzang is startled. He unconsciously stands there and looks for a moment in disbelief. The woman obediently placed the basket on the ground and said, "Master, if you have any doubts, I won't go over. After you've eaten the pancakes, you can leave the basket here. I'll ask Xiao Chao to come and get it, Zhenkong." Chuanzang grumbled, "This woman is clearly the mother of the grass, how could she be, humph?" Zhen Kong snorted coldly. He turned to the side and said, "Master, you're the one courting death. It has nothing to do with me. Zhenhan, Zhenfeng, just wait for Zhenjie to come back and roast you." Seeing that Zhen Kong had moved aside, the woman was overjoyed. However, just as she was about to take a step forward, Zhen Kong's demonic wand struck down from the sky. This strike was truly strange, and it was extremely powerful. The woman wanted to dodge, but she was completely enveloped by the wind generated by the demonic wand. There was no way for her to dodge. Pa! With a muffled sound, the woman's head and upper body were shattered. She died on the spot without even a scream. Chuanzang was startled. He looked at Zhen Kong in disbelief. Then, he looked at the woman who was smashed into meat paste. In an instant, an indescribable anger arose in his heart. Previously, Zhen Kong had killed many demons, including some Daoist cultivators. However, those demons and cultivators didn't die such a miserable death. Moreover, when he looked at the basket beside the woman's corpse, Chuanzang couldn't help but think of the fisherwoman he met when he first came to the hidden immortal continent from the Western Paradise, as well as the dry rations her family gave him. That fisherwoman wasn't here. After more than 200 years, she should have died long ago. However, how similar were the two fisherwomen? They were both kind to others, especially Xiao Chao's mother. Not only did she not blame Zhenjie for his evil deeds yesterday, she even brought pancakes. Not only did Zhen Kong not understand her intentions, he even killed her with a single strike. If she was a demon, why didn't she fight Zhen Kong? Why was she beaten to death for no reason? Seeing the change in Chuanzang's expression, Zhen Kong understood Chuanzang's anger. He raised his magic wand and swept it across the woman's corpse a few times. He pulled out a scarlet insect that was more than a foot long and as thick as a thumb. At this moment, the insect's surface was cracked and its insides had been smashed into paste by the magic wand. Zhen Kong said coldly, "Master, this is called a control insect. It usually burrows into the 7 orifices of humans or demons and is controlled by it. The larva of this insect has the strength of a first-grade elemental power. The adult should have the strength of a 3rd or 4th grade elemental power. It flies like lightning. If this disciple let it fly another half a foot, Master would have already died. After saying that, Jinkong placed the magic wand on his shoulder. He ignored Chuanzang and landed on a distant hill. He looked up at the rising sun in the east with a yearning expression. You. Chuanzang looked at Jinkong's departing figure and then looked at the woman's corpse on the ground. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. After a moment, Chuanzang calmed down and chanted the rebirth mantra. He began to clean up the flesh on the ground. Jinkong looked at him coldly. Just as he was about to raise his hand and release a fire art, Jinhan jumped out from the pile of firewood and flew to Chuanzang's side. She said respectfully, "Master, disciple is here to help you." Bootlicker. Jinkong sneered and looked to the east. It seemed to be where the Fortune Dao Palace was located. Jinkong was a fire ape. Before he was suppressed on the Dawn Rain continent, he killed countless humans and demons. Even after he escaped, he killed many humans and demons. In his eyes, there wasn't much difference between humans and demons. There was no difference between him killing a human and a demon. However, he didn't know how big of an impact it was for Chuanzang to kill a human in front of him. Moreover, Jinkong protected Chuanzang with all his might. He was afraid that Chuanzang would suffer a single injury. However, he didn't have any special respect for Chuanzang. He also didn't really treat Chuanzang as his master. He was only fulfilling the trust his true master had given him. While Chuanzang was an esteemed monk, he was also a human. Seeing that Jinkong had killed someone, he immediately stood to the side and pretended to be cultured. Even though he knew that what Jinkong said and did was not wrong, the anger in his heart would not dissipate so easily. Unfortunately, the matter was far from over. Before Chuanzang and Jinhan could clean up the woman's corpse, 2 more people hurriedly appeared in the small fishing village. The person in front was a fisherman with messy hair and some white hair on his temples. The fisherman was pulling a short girl. Wasn't that Tua Chao? Tua Chao struggled with all her strength and didn't want to come over. However, the fisherman's face was ashen and he looked very angry. He pulled Tua Chao and walked over. Ha! Dragon Horse Jinfeng laughed and said, "My beloved second senior brother, look, you've caused a disaster. You killed his mother and wife, and now he's dragging his family to look for you. Let's see what you're going to give him as a wife. How about this, you stay in this small fishing village and sell yourself to Tua Chao's father as a worker. When you've earned enough copper coins to give Tua Chao another mother, you can chase after him, and continue to pray for scriptures in paradise." TSK. Jinkong was enraged. He revealed the ferocity of a fire ape at Dragon Horse Jinfeng as he shouted, "Damn it, if you dare to say another word, do you believe that I won't beat you to death with my staff?" Eldest senior brother. Dragon Horse Jinfeng habitually shouted. However, just as he shouted, he realized that Jinjia had gone to hide. He hurriedly shut his mouth and hid his horse face under his buttocks. Quick! Jinhan naturally also saw Tua Chao. He hurriedly raised his hand and flames appeared between his fingers. He said, "Master, please let this disciple clean up this mess, no need." Chuanzang shook his head. This matter must be explained to Tua Chao and her father. After all, this woman is their relative. They should know. Whether they believe it or not, that's their problem. They are mortals. Jinhan said helplessly, "How can they believe it?" "Amitba, your master is also a mortal." Chuanzang chanted Buddha's name. Whether they want to beat or scold, it's up to them. "Master." The fisherman approached and saluted from afar. "My wife just disappeared. I heard from my daughter that she was baking pancakes early in the morning. I didn't see her. Jinhan waved his hand impatiently. "What does your wife baking pancakes have to do with us?" This isn't this my family's bamboo basket? The man originally wanted to explain with a smile. However, he inadvertently glanced around and immediately saw the bamboo basket by the side of the road. When he looked to the side, he saw clothes that were not completely buried. Mother. Tuo Chao struggled to hide behind her father. However, when she saw the familiar clothes by the side of the road, how could she endure it? She immediately pulled her hand out of her father's hand and rushed to the side of the road. As she ran, tears from the corner of her eyes flowed down her cheeks and fell into the air. Sigh, Amitba. Chuanzong sighed and walked a few steps forward. He clasped his hands together and said, "Young benefactor, master, be careful." Zhenhan, who was at the side, was also moved. She hurriedly stood in front of Chuanzong and reminded him. Mother. Tuo Chao ran too hastily and fell to the ground. Although there was a lot of sand around the fishing village, Tuo Chao's knees and elbows were still scratched and blood flowed out. Get out of the way. Chuanzong was anxious. He pushed Zhenhan and went around to help Tuo Chao up. Zhenhan hesitated and turned to look at Zhenkong. Zhenkong was not paying attention to them at all. He was only squinting his eyes and looking at the sun. Zhenhan understood that although Zhenkong was angry, she would definitely not stay out of the matter and let Chuanzong die. Zhenkong must have seen that Tuo Chao and her father were not controlled by the control bug. Therefore, Zhenhan only took a few steps forward and was on guard. She did not stop Chuanzong. Chapter 45-65. To Chuanzong's surprise, even though Mo Chao's body was scratched, she was very agile. She rolled on the ground and immediately got up. Ignoring Chuanzong, she pounced towards the blood-stained clothes on the ground. My wife. The man also realized what happened. His face was filled with sorrow as he quickened his steps and followed behind Mo Chao. Chuanzong was very embarrassed. He took a deep breath and walked over. Benefactor, please listen to this poor monk's explanation. You. The man suddenly sped up and shouted, "You killed my wife. You have to pay for my wife's death with your life, oh no." Seeing the man's strange behavior, Zhenhan was shocked. He quickly opened his mouth and was about to spit out a mouthful of sword qi. However, at this moment, Chuanzong was standing in front of him. Moreover, the fisherman had already spat out black gas from his nostrils. A black light like a control insect appeared in the black gas. Zhenhan's figure flashed. Just as she dodged Chuanzong's attack, the sword qi in his mouth had already been spat out. At this moment, there was another thunderous sound. Kill. A rolling shadow of a staff swept past Chuanzong's head. The powerful wave of qi not only pushed Chuanzong to the ground, but even Zhenhan's figure staggered a few times and almost fell down. Under such a powerful staff shadow, the control insect was already smashed into several pieces. As for the fisherman behind the control insect, he was not spared either. Where the staff shadow disappeared, his upper body was also smashed into meat paste. Ah! Father! Mo Chao had just pounced in front of her mother's corpse. Before she could smell the familiar scent on her mother's clothes, she heard another sound behind her. She naturally turned around and saw her father, being smashed into pieces by a magic staff. Although Little Grass was a strong girl, she was still young. She only cried out once before she fainted. Zhenkong. Chuanzong stood up from the ground. His pillow hat was already crooked. He did not care about his clothes and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Ah! You, why did you kill someone again?" Zhenkong's figure appeared in midair. He looked at Chuanzong and his eyes flashed with golden light. He looked at the fainted Mo Chao and seemed to be thinking about something. "Don't you dare." Chuanzong hurriedly stood in front of Mo Chao and said, "If you kill someone again, kill me first. She doesn't have a control insect on her." "Why would I kill her?" Zhenkong sneered and pointed at the control insect corpse on the ground with his magic staff. "Take a look for yourself. Think about it. Didn't the black gas fly out of this person's nose?" With that, Zhenkong did not say anything else and he flew towards the fishing village. Although Jin Kong didn't say what they were going to do, Jin Han understood that there was definitely something wrong with this fishing village, since control bugs kept appearing. So, Jin Han shouted, Zhen, be on your guard. Don't let the monster. Yes. Without Jin Jia and Jin Kong, Jin Feng was very diligent. With a cry, he hurriedly poked his head out from under his butt and looked around. He even cried out, damn it, where did all the merit points from the Immortal Palace go? I must report them to Immortal Emperor Go Chen for being absent from work. Ba. Chuanzong's mouth was filled with bitterness. He squatted down and picked up Mo Chao's thin and weak body. He was really worried about how to explain himself after Mo Chao woke up. Master. Jin Han said softly, these two control insects are really repulsive. The Pegasus only controlled the two adults and did not control the little girl. Second senior brother killed these two adults, and both of them were seen by this little girl. We have no way to explain ourselves. Why don't we kill the little girl as well? Forget it. Ba. Disgust appeared in Chuanzong's eyes. He glanced at Jin Han and said, Jin Han, you are now Ai's disciple and not a Confucian general. Don't break the precepts. Humph. Jin Han coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. She raised her hand and a cluster of flames appeared, burning the corpses of the fisherman and the woman on the ground, as well as the pancakes in the bamboo basket. Chuanzong opened his mouth and wanted to stop her. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. In less than 5 minutes, Jin Kong flew out of the fishing village. Chuanzong hurriedly asked, Ba, Jin Kong, don't commit any more crimes. Why would I be so fierce for no reason? Jin Kong waved his hand impatiently and said, if there weren't any monsters, I wouldn't have bothered to make a move. With that, Jin Kong gloomily muttered to himself, this is strange. If there aren't any monsters in the fishing village, why would two control insects appear out of nowhere? Jin Han glanced at Jin Kong and said indifferently, you killed people and didn't clean them up. Instead, you asked me to clean them up for you. Now that I've cleaned them up, you can explain to Mo Chao yourself. With that, Jin Han looked at the fishing village in the distance. At this moment, some fishermen had already poked their heads out, but none of them had the courage to come out. Humph, what's there to explain? Jin Kong sneered. I only care about protecting Master. I don't care about anything else. If you want an explanation, go and do it yourselves. Mother, father. At this moment, Mo Chao woke up. She called out and sobbed softly. Her small figure shrank into Chuanzong's embrace as she avoided Jin Kong with a fearful gaze. A little girl had her family destroyed in just one morning. No matter how mature she was, she couldn't accept it. She even thought that she was dreaming. Ba. Chuanzong looked at the unconcerned Jin Kong and said, Master is hungry. Mo Chao is also hungry. Go and ask for some karma. Yes, Master. Jin Kong didn't say anything else. He looked at the fishing village in the distance and urged the cloud to fly away. Fuck. Chuanzong looked at the sky in the distance. The sun was already high up in the sky. He took a deep breath. There was a hint of nostalgia and sadness in his voice as he said, when I was still a child, I also had a father and mother at home. They loved me very much. However, one day, when Zhang Qingshao massacred Yellow Flower Ridge, Jiang Luer was still young. Xiaohua originally thought that Jiang Luer might not know the truth. However, Jiang Luer clearly knew what happened that day. Although he didn't know who Jiang Luer learned the truth from, or if he saw it with his own eyes, he could hear from Chuanzong's mouth that Chuanzong's knowledge and the truth were somewhat different. However, Xiaohua wasn't here. Only Mo Chao, Jin Han, and Longma Jinfeng were listening at the side. Jin Han and Longma Jinfeng wanted to know Chuanzong's background from Chuanzong. Mo Chao sympathized with Chuanzong's experience. No one knew how serious the difference was. When Jin Kong slowly flew back with a bamboo basket in his hand, Mo Chao's eyes were still filled with sorrow and hatred. However, the tears in her eyes had already dried up. Children from poor families were always able to adapt to life very quickly. They knew what to do when and what to do. Her parents had already been killed. What she needed to do now was to protect herself and tenaciously survive. Jianghu placed the bamboo basket in front of Chuanzang. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Master, I got this from the town in front. Please take a look and see if it's of any use." Chuanzang nodded and didn't answer. He removed the lining cloth on the bamboo basket and saw that there were some date cakes and other things that looked very pretty. A burst of heat and fragrance floated from the bamboo basket. Chuanzang didn't feel anything, but Mo Chao's stomach rumbled. Chuanzang picked up a date cake and placed it next to Mo Chao's mouth. He said kindly, "You eat." "Master, eat first." Mo Chao raised his hand and pushed it to Chuanzang's mouth without hesitation. "Master has been enlightening me for a long time. I'm sure you're already hungry." "Okay." Chuanzang saw that Mo Chao was so sensible and felt a little guilty. He picked up another piece and gave it to Mo Chao. "Let's eat together." At this moment, Chuanzang didn't look like a monk at all. He was no different from a kind big brother. Mo Chao grinned and forced a smile. "Okay, master." After Mo Chao wolfed down the date cake, Chuanzang slowly ate a few mouthfuls. Before Chuanzang could do anything, Jianghu flicked his finger and a jujube cake flew out of the basket and landed in Liao Chao's hand. Liao Chao was startled and its small body shrank back into Chuanzang's kasaya. Jianghu looked at Mo Chao's fearful eyes and said faintly, "Master, disciple has thought about it on the way here. Disciple has gone a little overboard today." However, disciple was only trying to protect master. The situation was urgent. Disciple doesn't know what you're thinking. However, since it has already happened, it's useless for disciple to say anything. "Master, do as you see fit." After saying that, Jianghu's figure flashed and landed on the hillside. He no longer paid attention to Chuanzang. Amitabha. Seeing that Jianghu was remorseful but his mouth was still unyielding, Chuanzang chanted Buddha's name. He couldn't eat the remaining date cake. "Master, hurry up and eat." Chuanzang Kusama put down the date cake and hurriedly said, "Eat until you're full so that you can go on your way." "You eat." Chuanzang placed the date cake back into the bamboo basket and forced a smile. "When you're done eating, this monk will send you home." "Oh right, who else is in your family?" At the mention of family, Mo Chao's small mouth twitched again. Tears fell from his eyes and he sobbed as he replied, "There's no one else in my family, young benefactor. Do you have any relatives in the village?" Chuanzang felt bitter and asked again. However, before Mo Chao could reply, Jianghu, who was sitting on the hillside, suddenly jumped up from the ground. He waved the magic wand in his hand and hurriedly said, "Damn it, there's no end to this. You too, hurry up and protect master." Zhenhan was also shocked. He hurriedly flew over from afar and waved the weapon in his hand. His eyes flashed as he looked in the direction where Jianghu was facing. Chapter 45-66. Dragon Horse Zhenfeng was as lazy as before. However, he also turned around to look, wanting to know which shameless demon or Daoist cultivator had come to court death this time. However, when they saw the demon flying over from afar, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This was because another identical Jianghu was carrying a peach tree on his shoulder and stepping on a demon cloud. He had a gloomy expression on his face as he flew back. The second Jianghu was clearly a little absent-minded and didn't release his origin will to investigate. Instead, the first Jianghu rushed into the sky and roared furiously, "Damned demon! You actually dared to transform into my appearance and come over. See if I don't kill you." "Ah." Jianghu shuddered and looked in disbelief at the Jianghu who looked exactly like him standing in front of him. He hurriedly shouted, "Master." When the second Jianghu saw that Chuanzang was safe and sound, he threw the peach tree on the ground and roared furiously, "Damned demon, you actually dared to transform into my appearance and come over. See if I don't kill you." When the second Jianghu finished speaking, he was stunned. Not only were his words exactly the same as the first Jin Kong, his tone was also exactly the same. Even he himself couldn't tell the difference. Demon, hit as usual. The first Jin Kong roared and waved his magic wand at the second Jin Kong. The second Jin Kong was also furious. He roared and waved his magic wand. Demon, hit as usual. Oh my, there are actually two second senior brothers. Dragon Horse Jinfeng laughed and said, which monster race is this? Actually transforming into a fire ape? Is he really not afraid of death? Then, Dragon Horse Jinfeng released his origin will and swept it across the two Jin Kongs. Hee hee, interesting. Zhen Han sneered. Which great sage wants to pluck the peaches this time? Did he get the approval of the Immortal Palace and the Thunder Monastery? Naturally, Zhen Han sneered and, like Dragon Horse Jinfeng, used the clear eyes technique to look at the two Jin Kongs. The dragon and the human were fine, but after looking at each other for a while, their expressions changed greatly. The two of them looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Neither of them dared to say another word. That was because the two Jin Kongs fighting before him not only had the same magic wand and the same techniques, even their strength was exactly the same. In fact, the two Jin Kongs couldn't even be distinguished by the clear vision light and origin sense. However, the dragon and man pondered for a moment and immediately understood that there was definitely something wrong with Jin Kong, who had returned earlier. Because it was impossible for the previous Jin Kong to give in. It was even more impossible for him to have come from the town to beg for alms. Only the Jin Kong who came back later, the one who followed his temper and brought back from a peach tree in the mountains, could be the real Jin Kong. But now, the two Jin Kongs were fighting. Who knew which one was the Jin Kong that returned first and which one was the Jin Kong that came later? Moreover, when they thought about the control worm that appeared in the fishing village and the grass in Chun Zhang's arms, Jin Han and the dragon horse Jin Feng shuddered. The trap that they had set for Jin Kong was definitely not small. A demon with such thoughts and the ability to transform into Jin Kong's appearance was definitely not someone they could deal with. Moreover, the sutra seeking extreme bliss had already reached its end after 200 years of suffering. Which demon would dare to come over and blatantly pluck the peaches at this time? If they didn't have a powerful background, Jin Han and the dragon horse Jin Feng wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Shrinking their necks, the dragon and man seemed to have felt a cold wind blowing on their bodies and felt somewhat cold. You two deserve to die. At this moment, one of the Jin Kong shouted, "Why aren't you coming over to help me? Come over quickly." The other Jin Kong also shouted, "This demon is troublesome. His strength is actually on par with me. If you don't come over to help, I won't be able to kill him." Hearing this, Jin Han immediately jumped into the air and opened his mouth. Sword chi was about to fly out, but the flying sword only flew out half a chi. Jin Han was once again in a difficult position and said in a low voice, "Second senior brother, this little brother really wants to help you. But this little brother doesn't know which one is the real you." The dragon horse Jin Feng also jumped into the air and said in agreement, that's right. This little brother doesn't know which one is the real one. How can I help you? If I help this demon kill second senior brother, wouldn't our sutra seeking extreme bliss become a joke? Saying this, the dragon horse Jin Feng turned his head and shouted, "Don't you think so, master?" Chun Zhang was naturally not stupid. The moment he saw the two Jin Kongs, he immediately understood what was going on. However, he was currently the same as Jin Han and the dragon horse Jin Feng, dumbfounded. Because he was unable to differentiate the two Jin Kongs. Which one was the real Jin Kong? He is the fake Jin Kong. One Jin Kong shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a flame. The other Jin Kong also shouted, "You are the fake Jin Kong." Saying this, he also spat out a flame. The strangest thing was that when the two flames collided, they were extinguished at the same time. You dare to secretly learn this daddy's magic? See if this daddy doesn't beat you to death. One Jin Kong shouted and raised his magic wand again, while the other Jin Kong also shouted, "You dare to secretly learn this daddy's magic? See if this daddy doesn't beat you to death." The two Jin Kongs fought in the air again. Seeing that they didn't need to help, Jinhan and the dragon horse Jinfeng cleverly descended from the air. Jinhan held the crescent moon spade and stood on one side of Chunzong while the dragon horse Jinfeng swung his tail and stood on the other side. They seemed to be rather loyal. The two Jinkongs fought from the sky to the ground, then from the ground to the sea, and then from the sea to the sky. Not only were the winds and clouds surging in the sky, even the calm surface of the sea was gradually surging with huge waves. The two Jinkongs were still unable to determine the victor. Seeing the scorching sun in the sky, the two Jinkongs knew that there wouldn't be any conclusion if they continued to fight like this. They both waved their magic wands and descended from the sky. However, the two Jinkongs seemed to have a tacit understanding and landed a bit far from Chunzong. The two Jinkongs stabbed their magic wands towards the ground and shouted, "Master, quickly tell us, which one is the fake Jinkong and which one is the real Jinkong?" Chunzong helplessly looked at the two identical Jinkongs and said, "Master's eyes are mortal, how can I tell them apart?" Saying this, Chunzong turned his head and asked Jinhan and the dragon horse Jinfeng, "Disciples, which one do you think is the real Jinkong?" "Master, we really can't tell." Jinhan and the dragon horse Jinfeng replied in unison, "Actually, Master can ask some secrets that only you and second senior brother know, damn it." Without waiting for Jinhan and the dragon horse Jinfeng to finish speaking, the two Jinkongs cursed together, "Since it's a secret, how can Master ask it in person? If the fake Jinkong heard it, wouldn't he know?" "Oh, that's right, Master, please don't ask." Jinhan and the dragon horse Jinfeng realized and hurriedly said to Chunzong, "Let's wait for eldest senior brother to come back first." "Alright, it seems like we can only wait for Jinjie to come back first." Chunzong could only place his hopes on Jinjie, who was sleeping somewhere. However, they waited for more than half a day. Seeing that the sun was about to set, they still didn't see the shadow of that pig. Because of the fight between the two Jinkongs, the fishermen in the fishing village didn't dare to leave the village. Around the fishing village, there were some shelves made of withered branches. Most of them had fishing nets on them. These fishing nets were supposed to be put away last night, but because of the arrival of Chunzong and the others, as well as the battle between Jinjie and the three demon kings, most of them weren't put away. At this moment, these shelves had collapsed due to the strong wind, and the fishing nets were scattered on the beach. Far away on the beach, there were some small boats. Originally, when the tide rose this morning, the fishermen in the fishing village would go out to sea as usual. However, because of the fight between the two Jinkongs, the fishermen didn't go out to sea. When the tide rose, some fishing boats were dragged by the seawater and drifted into the sea. Together with the fishing nets from before, most of them were floating not far away from the beach. Although these fishing boats and fishing nets weren't far from the beach, when the tide fell, they would probably drift into the depths of the East Sea. The owners of these boats would lose their boats, and their livelihood would be even more difficult in the future. Looking at the two identical Jinkongs staring at each other like fighting cocks, ready to fight at any time, Chunzong sighed and once again looked at the distant sea. A layer of darkness appeared in the depths of the sea. Chunzong, who had already passed through the East Sea 3 times, knew that a storm was coming. "Master," Xiao Qiao said in a low voice, "there will be a storm tonight. If we don't put away the fishing boats now, they will turn into wood chips tomorrow morning." "Ba." Chunzong sighed and said, "Even at this time, young benefactor is still thinking about others. You are really kind." "Master." Dragon horse Jinfeng called from the side, "Let's find a place to hide from the rain. Who knows when eldest martial brother will come back this time? It's not the first time he went out to slack off. If the wind is calm, he might come back tomorrow. Now that there is a storm, he must be at the bottom of the sea somewhere." Chunzong pondered for a moment. What dragon horse Jinfeng said was the truth. Jinjie was loyal to Chunzong, but he was also very lazy. When they first came down from the snowy mountain, he was fine, lying on dragon horse Jinfeng's back to sleep every day. Later, Jinjie felt uncomfortable on dragon horse Jinfeng's back, so he would find excuses to go out and fight demons from time to time. This fight would take at most 10 days, and at least a few days. However, at that time, Jin Kong was there, so Chunzong didn't feel that there was much difference. But now that Jin Kong was in trouble, Jin Jia went out to slack off. This small matter was a big deal. Let's go. Chunzong stood up and said, let's go first. Don't block the fisherman's livelihood. If we don't go out to sea, I'm afraid that some families will be in trouble. Yes, master. The two Jin Kongs answered at the same time, very habitually. Damn it. The two Jin Kongs, who had just rested for a while, were furious again. With a loud shout, they started to fight again. Chapter 45-67. Chunzong was helpless and could only say to Jinhan, disciple, go and pick up the fishing boats and nets scattered in the sea. Don't let them drift with the waves. Master. Jinhan looked at the two Jin Kongs fighting and said nervously, right now, I still can't tell which one is real and which one is fake. Disciple has to protect your safety and can't leave without permission. Che. Lama Jinfeng sneered, it's obvious that the one who came back first is fake. If he wanted to harm Master, he would have made a move already. Why wait until now? I think the one who came back later is fake. Jinhan snorted, Jinfeng, you are from the dragon race. Picking up fishing boats and nets from the sea is your specialty. You should be the one doing this. Bah. Lama Jinfeng spat, I am the 10th prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. How can I do such a trivial thing? If the other princes of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace were to know about this, how can I still keep my face? You are already being ridden by a pig. What face do you still want? Jinhan retorted. However, he immediately looked at Chunzong, who was walking towards the sea, and shouted, Master, what are you doing? Amitba. Master is going to do such a trivial thing. Chunzong said without turning his head back. Master, don't be anxious. Disciple was just joking with junior brother. How could Jinhan dare to let Chunzong go to the sea? He hurriedly said and flew above the sea. He raised his hand and grabbed the fishing boats and nets several li away. With a wave of his hand, he was about to throw them to the beach. Chunzong saw this and hurriedly shouted, Disciple, be careful. Don't break these fishing boats. You are really long-winded. Although Jinhan was impatient, he still restrained his temper and flew to the beach and put down the fishing boats and nets. After one more grab, the entire surface of the sea was cleaned. Jinhan's face was a little pale as she gasped for breath and said, Master, Disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Amazing. Third senior brother is really amazing. Lama Jinfeng raised his hoof and praised with admiration. Gosh, Chunzong looked at the little girl and asked, we should be on our way. This penniless monk will send you back to the fishing village. But Liao Chao blinked and said, Master, if you send me back, I will starve to death. How is this possible? Jinhan sneered, although there are only 40 to 50 families in this small fishing village, there are still over 100 people. Wouldn't having a little girl like you mean having an extra pair of chopsticks? Besides, don't you know how to pick up seafood on the beach? Even if you were at home, would they just watch you starve to death? Mao Chao opened her mouth but didn't know how to explain. After a while, she pointed in the direction of the fishing village and said, before the new year, there was a guy called Smelly Fish in our village. His parents went out to sea and didn't come back. He disappeared after that. Amitba. Chuanjue chanted the name of Buddha. Zhua Chao's worries are not unfounded. These fishermen only relied on fishing for a living, and even a family of 3 might have problems filling their stomachs. How could they spare the energy to adopt a little girl? Not to mention Zhua Chao living alone. Who knows what kind of ancient people she would meet? In this era, people can only live for themselves. Conscience is about to disappear. This is also the reason why Master wants to bring the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures to the hidden immortal continent. So that under the illumination of Buddha's light, the world can become one. Master, do as you wish. Jinhan casually replied. Jinfeng. Chuanjue spoke again, come here. Yes, master. Zhenfeng replied. Just as he took 2 steps forward, he suddenly realized something and cried out in shock, Monk, what are you doing? Amitba, Zhuochao is still a child. Master wants to take her away, so naturally I have to ride on your body. Chuanjue replied indifferently. Dragon Horse Zhenfeng quickly retreated and shouted, how can this be? I am the 10th prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. How many people in this world can ride on my body? It is already good enough for me to become your disciple. You actually want a secular girl to ride on my body? You are humiliating me, humiliating my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Master. Zhenhan also frowned and said, if this Zhuochao is a boy, then so be it. We can just bring her along. She is a girl. Although she is young, she is still a girl. I am afraid that it will be inconvenient to bring her along, right? That's right. Dragon Horse Zhenfeng retreated far away and shouted, Monk, if you do this, you will make that Eastern Sea conch girl who is infatuated with you sad. Amitba. Chuanjue replied, Master will bring Zhuochao along first. When we reach the city, I will find an honest family or a nunnery and let her stay there. Not good, not good. Zhenhan said anxiously, how can there be an honest family in this world? If Master leaves, who knows how they will treat Zhuochao? A nunnery is even worse. Zhuochao is still so young, how can she become a nun? Amitba, then I will leave this matter to you. Chuanjue smiled and said, the hidden immortal continent is the foundation of Confucian cultivators. The immortal palace must have a place to settle the old, the young, the sick, and the disabled. Since Sutra seeking in extreme bliss has the merit of Confucian cultivators, then Zhuochao should also be one of the merit. Monk, you set a trap for me. Zhenhan was startled and became somewhat angry. Chuanjue was not angry and said indifferently, Amitba, if the immortal palace is selling dog meat under false pretenses, then you naturally don't have to do it. With that, Chuanjue pulled Zhuochao's hand and said, Zhuochao, follow this poor monk. Yes, master. Zhuochao was very obedient. She stood up and looked at the fishing boat not far away with reluctance. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she closed her mouth. Chuanjue was very attentive. After walking a few steps, he saw Zhuochao's sad expression and woke up. He turned around and brought Zhuochao to the fishing boat. Master, what are you doing? Dragon Horse Zhenfeng asked hurriedly. Zhenfeng, you go and tidy up the scriptures. Carry the scriptures and other things on your body first. Chuanjue instructed, Zhenhan, you go with master to the fishing village and tidy up the things in Zhuochao's house. After all, this is Zhuochao's house. Don't let her grow up and forget the things in her house. Thank you, master. Zhuochao heard this and tears flowed down her cheeks. No. Zhenhan wanted to say that he didn't want to go, but seeing Chuanjue's firm steps, he knew that he couldn't stop him. He thought for a moment and said, Master, you wait here. Zhuochao, come with me. With that, Chuanjue raised his hand and took Zhuochao into his hand. He stepped on a cloud and impatiently flew to the sky above the fishing village. When Zhuochao pointed at the straw hut, Chuanjue waved his hand and put the entire straw hut into his Qingquan bag. The fishermen in the fishing village were all afraid and hid in their houses, not daring to come out. Zhuochao saw Chuanjue's divine ability and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly shouted, Uncles, I am Zhuochao. My parents were killed by demons and unfortunately met with misfortune. I met a kind monk and they promised to take me to another place to settle down. You don't have to worry. When I grow up, I will come back to see you. Chuanjue was extremely impatient, but after hearing Zhuochao's words, he couldn't help but look at Zhuochao. After all, this child at such a young age was more meticulous than his age. It was indeed rare. However, Chuanjue didn't think too much about it. After flying back, he told Chuanjue. Chuanjue nodded with a smile. He held his staff in one hand and the little Zhuochao in the other. He looked at the direction, then looked at the two Jinkongs who were still fighting in the sky and left. Who is the real one? Who dares to steal my merit? Lama Jinfeng carried the scripture on his back and looked at the battle in confusion. However, after a moment, he shook his tail and sneered, "What does this have to do with me? My merit won't be any less." After saying that, Lama Jinfeng followed behind Xuanjue. However, after a moment, Lama Jinfeng cursed, "Damn it! Why aren't there 2 chastity rings? This scripture is as light as a feather compared to the chastity rings." Humph. Behind Lama Jinfeng, Xuanjue's voice came again, "Even if there are 2 chastity rings, won't you still have to carry whoever is killed?" Lama Jinfeng snorted and said with a smile, "What if the fake one kills the real one and the fake one isn't lazy? Maybe he won't ride on my back and show off his prowess?" "You're dreaming." Xuanjue sneered, "How can the fake kill the real one? Do you think that there are so many 8th grade peak elemental energy experts in this world who would come and join in the fun?" "That's right." Lama Jinfeng was also interested and said in a low voice, "Xuanjue, between the 2 Jinkongs, which one is the real one and which one is the fake one?" "Nonsense, the one who came back first is the fake one, the one who came back later is the real one," Xuanjue replied without thinking. Lama Jinfeng was displeased, "You're the one who's talking nonsense. Can't you have a nice chat? The night is long and the stars are shining brightly. Don't you want to talk about the biggest secret of immortals, Buddhas, and demons? What's there to talk about?" Xuanjue sneered, "We're all chess pieces. Fate is never in the hands of chess pieces." No, you don't understand what I mean." Lama Jinfeng laughed, "What I mean is, between the 2 Jinfengs, one is the real one and the other is the fake one. Or are both the real one and the fake one? Why did he appear at this time?" "Oh. Jinfeng, what do you mean?" Xuanjue's curiosity was piqued and she asked curiously, "Quickly say it." "We just came out from the Eastern Sea. Could it be that you got some news?" "Guesses are guesses. Third senior brother, you can't slander me." Lama Jinfeng was somewhat displeased. "Although I came from the Eastern Sea, I didn't see the dragon race from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I didn't even see a single marine race from the Dragon Palace. Eldest senior brother can testify to this." Chapter 45-68. All right. Zhenhan smiled and said, "Aren't we fellow disciples? I'm just joking with you, don't take it to heart." "Hee, senior brother." Lama Jinfeng chuckled and asked, "I'm just joking. Think about it, Jinkong wasn't originally in the sutra seeking extreme bliss. He was the monk's disciple. This disciple received a lot of merit, and the 2 of us talked about it before. But now, we still don't know where this fire ape came from. Do you think it's possible that some great sage of the 1,000 beast sacred realm couldn't stand this fire ape and sent all the beast clans to kick him out of the sutra seeking extreme bliss?" "Of course." Zhenhan replied without hesitation, "This is the most likely scenario. Moreover." Zhenhan glanced at Lama Jinfeng and said meaningfully, "Junior brother, don't you think that the appearance of this fake Jinkong has a lot to do with the East Sea Dragon Palace's peace?" Hiss. Lama Jinfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Senior brother, you mean? Since you've already guessed this possibility, why do you need me to say more?" Zhenhan smiled and didn't say anything. "Don't. Senior brother." Lama Jinfeng thought of another possibility and couldn't help but feel bad. He quickly smiled and said, "I'm just a bystander, so why don't you say it?" Zhenhan rolled his eyes and said ambiguously, "It's your beast clan's matter, why do you need me to say it? Although I don't know what happened in the East Sea Dragon Palace, you should be glad that there are 2 Jinkongs and not 2 Jinfengs." "AI, that's right, I didn't think about it at first, but now that senior brother said it, I know." Jinfeng seemed to have some lingering fear in his heart as he replied, "It's possible that the great sage of the Great Sage Hall went back on his word. Something happened between the Great Sage Hall and the East Sea Dragon Palace. Fortunately, the East Sea Dragon Palace didn't abandon me, the 10th prince." "That's right." Zhenhan smiled and said, "You're still the 10th prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, unlike this fire ape who doesn't have any background." At this point, Zhenhan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice, "That's not right. Zhenfeng, do you still remember the snowy mountain?" "Nonsense, who doesn't remember the great snow mountain? Namo Maitreya Buddha achieved enlightenment and Jinjia became our senior brother." Speaking of the great snow mountain, Dragon Horse Zhenfeng immediately thought of its own bloody history and became somewhat angry. "Do you think that Daoist Xiao is Zhenkong's backer?" Zhenhan reminded. "I remember that Daoist Xiao treated Zhenkong quite well back then. Are you kidding me? He's Jinjia's backer." Dragon Horse Zhenfeng said disapprovingly, "That day, that human didn't say anything to Zhenkong, and he even cursed at him a lot. The funniest thing is that the fire ape didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to ask that human for a magic treasure. Wasn't it rejected by the human?" "That's true." Zhenhan nodded and said, "If Daoist Xiao has a backer, it's not a big deal to give him a magic treasure. Moreover, Daoist Master Xiao rejected him very tactfully. With one look, I can tell that he is not on the same side as Zhenkong. You humans are really laughable." Dragon Horse Zhenfeng mocked, "A rejection is a rejection. Why did you say, when you are done with the sutra seeking extreme bliss, come and ask me for it and I will keep it for you? That's too fake. Hee, why else would I be a human? There are a lot of ways of the world that you monsters don't understand." Zhenhan replied with a mischievous smile. "I am a dragon, the 10th prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, not a monster." Dragon Horse Zhenfeng corrected again. These words, he had probably said it more than 2,000 times in the 200 years he had spent in the sutra seeking extreme bliss. Zhenhan didn't mind. He raised his head and looked at the two Zhenkongs in the distant night sky and said with a smile, "In my opinion, this fake Zhenkong was sent by the great sage palace to kill Zhenkong and seize his merits. That's not right." Dragon Horse Zhenfeng was about to nod, but he suddenly thought of something and said in confusion, "If this is the work of the great sage palace, why didn't they lure Zhenkong to a secret place and kill him before letting the fake Zhenkong come back?" "That's right, that's true." Zhenhan also didn't understand, but then he asked curiously, "If that's not the case, then how do you explain those 3 monsters with 8th grade essence energy? Weren't they sent by the great sage palace to lure the tiger away from the mountain? It's getting more and more complicated." Dragon Horse Zhenfeng kicked his front hooves and said, "If it isn't the great sage palace, then could it be the immortal palace? How could it be the immortal palace?" Zhenhan didn't understand what Dragon Horse Zhenfeng was thinking. "Look, nothing happened at the Sutra world, but when we arrived at the hidden immortal continent, before we even set foot on the ground, the 3 monster kings came." Dragon Horse Zhenfeng said with a smile, "Then eldest senior brother disappeared. The control insect came and the real Zhenkong was discovered. And the merit officer who should have appeared, has yet to appear. Do you think the immortal palace did this on purpose?" Hee. Zhenhan smiled and said, "Even if my immortal palace wanted to do something, we would definitely not use a monster as an excuse. Not to mention, using such despicable methods. There are 3 reasons why there are no merit officers of the immortal palace." "Oh, there are actually 3 reasons? Third senior brother, let's hear it." Dragon Horse Zhenfeng said with interest. "First of all, this sutra seeking in Sutra world is a Buddhist sutra. It has nothing to do with my immortal palace and Confucian cultivators. Why would the merit officers of my immortal palace care about it? Tell me, then what? Then, since eldest senior brother came from the great snow mountain, those so-called tribulations are no longer tribulations. The sutra seeking in Sutra world has been smooth sailing. Even the Thunder Temple's protector has slacked off, not to mention the merit officers of my immortal palace. What else? It's possible that the merit officers of the Thunder Temple are negotiating with the Thunder Temple's protector." Zhenhan smiled and pointed to the sky, "Maybe they don't like each other and are killing each other." Hee. Dragon Horse Zhenfeng also smiled and said the same thing as Zhenhan, "The 3 reasons that third senior apprentice brother mentioned sound reasonable. Moreover, the immortal palace will also have misgivings about their face and won't use such despicable methods. However, don't forget that on the hidden immortal continent, there are still the 4 great clans and the 100 clans. If this is the case, third senior brother, you are just lucky. Zhenhan's sweat dripped down from his forehead. His situation was very similar to Dragon Horse Xinfang's. It was just that his status was a bit more official than Dragon Horse Xinfang's. If the 4 great clans really went back on their words and wanted to take advantage of the situation, he might really become a sacrifice. However, since there are 2 Xinkongs. Zhenfeng and Zhenhan looked at each other again, and a knowing smile appeared on their faces. They whispered to each other through telepathy, then the danger we're in is gone. However, a moment later, Zhenhan whispered, from the looks of it, we have temporarily avoided the danger. However, we still have to be careful. Before the truth comes to light, anything is possible. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't worry about the frost on the roof of others. Draconic Horse Zhenfeng was naturally very interested in this matter and whispered, who cares who is the real Zhenkong and who is the fake Zhenkong? Protecting ourselves is the right thing to do. Chunzong pulled Tua Chao and walked at the front. Although he was not much faster than Dragon Horse Zhenfeng and Zhenhan, he still couldn't hear the words of his 2 disciples. He also didn't understand the thoughts of his 2 disciples. He also didn't know that although he had obtained the sutra that could illuminate the hidden immortal continent, could the people who schemed and plotted against each other really let the Mahayana Sutra illuminate the hearts of the people? The night was extremely dark. There were no stars in the sky. Behind them, a gale gradually formed on the sea and a whistling sound gradually sounded. However, this whistling sound couldn't cover up the crackling sound of fighting above Chun Zhang's head. Occasionally, there would be a loud sound in the distance. It was unknown which Zhenkong was knocked to the ground. Then, there would be the sound of hills being smashed and trees being pushed down. Tua Chao barely managed to walk for an hour. Then, Chunzong carried Tua Chao and walked for another hour. Chunzong couldn't hold on anymore. His body was sweating profusely. He stood on the dark road and looked around. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This smile was really meaningful. Even Mahavairakana probably couldn't understand the meaning behind it. Zhenhan. Chunzong turned his head and looked at Tua Chao who was sleeping on his shoulder. He said, go find a place to rest. Yes, master. Zhenhan responded. She looked up at the fighting in the night sky and flew up slightly. Her eyes flashed with a clear light. She pointed with her finger and said, Master, there is a shabby cottage over there. No one lives there. Why don't we go there? Okay. Chunzong nodded and was about to walk in that direction. Zhenhan looked at Chunzong and said in a low voice, Master, give Tua Chao to disciple. Disciple will bring her there and tidy up the cottage. Amitba. Go and tidy up. Tua Chao is sleeping soundly. Don't wake him up. Chunzong panted and replied. Zhenhan smiled and said, Master, you underestimate disciple. How can disciple wake Tua Chao? Then, Zhenhan raised her hand and Tua Chao gently floated up. Chunzong smiled and let Zhenhan fly away with Tua Chao. He didn't know when the fighting in the sky ended. Chunzong only knew that when he woke up from his meditative state, the entire thatched hut was rattling. The salty sea breeze was blowing outside, and heavy rain was pouring down. The entire thatched hut seemed to be about to be overturned by the storm. The storm had finally come. Chapter 45-69. Amidst the wind and rain, Mo Chao curled up her small body and laid beside Chunzong. Even the wind and rain couldn't wake her up from her dream of having parents. Looking at the smile on Mo Chao's face, Chunzong sighed and stood up. As soon as Chunzong moved, the originally closed wooden door opened with a loud bang. A gust of wind mixed with the cold rain rushed into the thatched cottage. Chunzong hurriedly stood to the side and blocked the rain that landed on Mo Chao's body. However, a gust of cold wind still woke Chang Chao up. She rubbed her eyes and was about to act coquettishly when the smile on her face disappeared. Returning to reality, she hurriedly stood up carefully and stood beside Xuanzang like a maidservant. Master. Outside the cottage, the two Zhenkongs each held a magic wand and stared at each other. They spoke in unison, "Tell me which one of us is the real one and which one is the fake one." "The real one stays, the fake one, scram." Although the torrential rain outside the cottage was heavy, layers of demonic aura were generated in the space a few feet around the two Zhenkongs. The demonic aura was scorching hot like flames, preventing the torrential rain from landing on the two Zhenkongs. However, the two Zhenkongs were covered in mud and even had some bloodstains. It was obvious that they were injured during the fight. Xuanzang looked at them and felt his heart ache. After listening to the two Zhenkongs, he understood that the two Zhenkongs were exactly the same. Neither of them could defeat the other. That was why they came to such a compromise. Unfortunately, Xuanzang looked at them again and again. After the time it took to finish a meal, he spoke, "Disciple, I really can't tell, who is the real Zhenkong? You need the heavenly eye of Buddhism to be able to tell, right? Can't both of you fly? If you can, go to Lane Temple. Mahavairakana should be able to tell the difference." Monk. To Xuanzang's surprise, the two Zhenkongs spoke at the same time. "You think I've been protecting you all this time? Now that I need your help, you can't even tell who is the real one and who is the fake one." Xuanzang was not surprised by Zhenkong's lack of respect. What he found strange was that the two Zhenkongs actually spoke the same word. He said helplessly, "Oh Zhenkong, you've seen it for yourself. It's not that I don't want to help you. Whatever you want to say, that fake knows in advance. Even the way you speak is the same. How can I tell the difference?" "If that's the case," the two Zhenkongs said at the same time, "let's go find the Vairocana revered one. Monk, be careful along the way." "Go, master will wait for you here." Chun King nodded and replied. "Hee, monk, do you think Lane Temple is a small fishing village?" The two Zhenkongs mocked, "It'll take months or even years for us to make a round trip. You'd better go on your own." "I see." Xuanzang was stunned. "If that's the case, why don't you wait until Xianxia comes back?" "Him?" The two Zhenkongs sneered. If only he could see through it. Then Xuanzang hesitated and asked, "This is already the hidden immortal continent. Can the immortal palace help?" That's right, that's right." Hearing this, the two Zhenkongs were overjoyed and shouted, "Damned Zhenhan, why aren't you hurrying to find the Merit Chow on duty?" Second senior brother. Zhenhan smiled bitterly. "With such strong winds and heavy rain, where do you want me to find?" Without waiting for him to finish, the two Zhenkongs raised their wands and said, "Damn it, if you dare to say another word, I'll beat you to death." Seeing that the two Zhenkongs were angered, Zhenhan did not dare to stay out of it. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Second senior brother, don't be anxious. I'll go and find the Merit Chow on duty now. Hurry back." The patience of the two Zhenkongs had long been worn out. He waved his wand and said, "Be careful of my wand." "Yes, yes." Zhenhan hurriedly nodded his head and hurriedly left on his cloud. Damn it. The eyes of the two Zhenkongs turned blood red, and there were flames within the blood-red eyes. "Both of you are useless. You can't even see through a demon. Fight." As he said that, the two Zhenkongs started fighting again. Seeing the two fire apes fighting in the air again, Chunzang carefully closed the door. However, before he could turn around, Xiao Chao's words gave him a fright. "Moss. Master." Xiao Chao's voice was as soft as a mosquito. I know who is the real one." "What?" Chunzang was shocked. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and covered Xiao Chao's mouth. He said in a low voice, "Do you want to die? Don't say it out loud. That fake one can beat you to death with a single blow." Xiao Chao nodded her head sensibly and pursed her lips. At this moment, one of the two Zhenkongs who were fighting suddenly glanced at the thatched cottage below him and a ferocious glint appeared in his eyes. That figure actually had the intention to descend. However, the other Zhenkongs was fighting excitedly. He was entangling this Zhenkongs tightly. This fake Zhenkongs also managed to extricate himself in a short period of time. After a while, the two of them flew high into the dark clouds. The sounds of fighting gradually disappeared. Hearing that there was no movement outside, Chunzong lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Chao, wait for a while. Wait for my eldest disciple to return." Xiao Chao nodded her head again. Chunzong looked at the wind and rain outside the cottage and asked in bewilderment, "Xiao Chao, you? How can you tell?" Xiao Chao looked at Chunzong and hesitated for a while. She said in a low voice, "Because he is really my enemy. I must remember him. I want to avenge my parents." Amitba. Chunzang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He said, "Xiao Chao, how about this poor monk recite a scripture for you?" "Sure, master." Xiao Chao nodded. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when he walked the deep Prajnaparamita for a long time, he saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness. He transcended all suffering. Chunzong placed his palms together and recited softly. Xiao Chao's face was filled with confusion. She did not know what Chunzong was reciting, but she listened obediently. Boom! At this time, a loud sound came from outside the cottage. It was unknown whether it was the wind and rain or the aftermath of the battle, but the roof of the cottage was suddenly lifted and the wind and rain poured in. Chunzong immediately understood what happened. He did not hesitate and pulled Xiao Chao into his arms. There was no fear on his face. He raised his head and looked at the wind and rain while chanting the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of the magic wands hitting each other was endless. Soon after, the sound gradually faded away. However, Chunzong was not at ease. He still protected Xiao Chao in front of his chest, blocking the wind and rain and danger. "Damn it!" Lama Zhenfeng's voice came from outside the cottage. "I wanted to be idle for a while, but you had to drag me out. I am the 10th prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Now, I have become a craftsman repairing a cottage." Following Lama Zhenfeng's voice, the roof that was previously lifted returned and blocked the wind and rain. "Master, are you all right?" Dragon Horse Zhenfeng was very thorough in evading. He didn't even want to meet Zhenkong face to face. After asking this question, before Chunzong could reply, he had already disappeared. Chunzang's body was already soaked, but he did not dare to be careless. He did not dare to move his body and continued to protect Xiao Chao while chanting the sutra. 2 hours later, the rain gradually lessened and the wind weakened. In the distant sky, Zhenhan flew over with 2 earthen lords. "Damn it!" The 2 Zhenkong's eyes flashed with golden light at the same time as they cursed, "Useless things, why did you find 2 earthen lords?" However, the 2 Zhenkongs stopped at the same time. One of them glanced at the cottage that was gradually getting further away and seemed to be calculating something in his heart. "Second senior brother." Zhenhan shouted, "This little brother has found the land of the immortal palace. Useless things, can they tell who is fake?" The 2 Zhenkongs did not hesitate to curse. "Second senior brother, you don't know." Zhenhan smiled, "I also have no way to find the earthen lords on duty. The only one I can find is the earthen lords. However, I heard from these 2 earthen lords that they met the earthen lords on duty yesterday. They should be dealing with the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly kings and venerables. They will be back soon." "How long?" one Zhenkong said impatiently while the other Zhenkong looked at the cottage. Seeing that the fake Zhenkong did not say anything, the real Zhenkong suddenly turned his head and looked at the fake Zhenkong. The fake Zhenkong laughed coldly, "What are you looking at? You fake, when the earthen lords on duty come, you will be exposed." "Ha ha ha." The real Zhenkong used his hand to hit his chest and shouted, "What a joke, What a joke. Between the two of us, who is the one who is afraid? Could it be that you are thinking of escaping? Ha ha ha. The fake Shen Kong used his hand to hit his chest and said, how can I be afraid? Masters. The two Earthen Lords said with a smile, we have already sent a message to the Earthen Lords on duty. I believe that they will be back soon. Good, good, good. We will wait here. The two Shen Kong spoke at the same time. Hearing this, the two Earthen Lords felt their hair stand on end. This was because the two fire apes were saying the same words and doing the same actions at the same time. It was truly strange. This wait lasted for a whole hour. The two Shen Kong scratched their ears and cheeks anxiously. This was especially so for one of them. His eyes would occasionally flash with an ominous glint as if he was looking at the two Earthen Lords. However, in reality, he was looking at the ground. Needless to say, this was definitely the fake Shen Kong. He had already heard the words of the Earthen Lords and wanted to get rid of the Earthen Lords. If there was only the real Shen Kong, he would not hesitate to rush down and kill the Earthen Lords. In fact, he had already tried flying down earlier. However, the real Shen Kong was watching him closely. As long as he moved, the real Shen Kong would fight him. Moreover, the Earthen Lords were being protected by Chuanzang. The fake Shen Kong would not be able to kill the Earthen Lords in a short period of time. Furthermore, the two Earthen Lords said that the Earthen Lords on duty were about to arrive. The fake Shen Kong was unable to grasp who the Earthen Lords were, what their cultivation level was, and when they would arrive. He was afraid that the moment he landed, the reward would arrive and mess up all the arrangements he had painstakingly made. Therefore, he hesitated again and again. It was during this little bit of hesitation that an hour passed. Looking at the storm and the sky revealing the light, the fake Shen Kong almost didn't dare to believe it. Chapter 45-70. Damn it. The fake Shen Kong cursed angrily. He finally made up his mind to attack regardless of the consequences. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, the real Shen Kong, as he expected, thought that he was going to attack. He also cursed and rushed over with his magic wand. Roar, do you think I am afraid of you? The fake Shen Kong roared furiously. His magic wands rained down like rain, and his body rapidly plummeted to the ground. Swoosh. Right at this moment, 4 dignified gazes swept over. The moment they landed on the two Shen Kongs, they couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, 4 voices came from afar in unison, this. What is going on? Why are there 2 Shen Kongs? Along with the voice, boom boom. Righteous chi rushed down from the sky like a torrent, enveloping the space around the 2 Shen Kongs. Within this righteous chi, 2 Confucian generals in battle armor and 2 Confucian cultivators in official robes flew over on auspicious clouds. Before they could land, Zhenhan smelled a trace of mellow wine fragrance from the righteous chi. Damn it. Zhenhan cursed in a low voice and looked at the 2 Earth Lords. The 2 Earth Lords seemed to have smelled something and their faces looked awkward. They looked at each other and hurriedly moved forward to greet the 4 Earth Lords. This lowly one greets the 4 merit officers. Damned Earth Lords. The one in front was a Confucian cultivator wearing a red official robe. He had a fat head and big ears. His stomach was slightly protruding and the wings on his official hat were slightly swaying. Under the hat, he had a red face and a pair of eyes that were even more protruding than his stomach. This Confucian cultivator was holding an object that looked like an imperial tablet. When he saw the 2 Earth Lords bowing, he scolded, "The sutra-seeking state of bliss has just arrived at my hidden immortal continent and there is such a huge anomaly. Why didn't the 2 of you report it? How should the 2 of you be punished?" The 2 Earth Lords panicked and hurriedly reported, for merit officers, this lowly one didn't know that the sutra-seeking state of bliss had passed by this lowly one. Furthermore, the sutra-seeking state of bliss is not within this lowly one's responsibility. What? The merit officer was angry and scolded, "The sutra-seeking state of bliss is a huge matter of my immortal palace and thunder monastery. How can it not be within your responsibility? Aren't you neglecting your duties by saying such things? The other landlord was even more straightforward. This lowly one has already sent the information about this place to Sir Merit Officer 2 hours ago. Oh. The Merit Officer was startled. He turned his head to look at the other Confucian general who was wearing battle armor and holding a hatchet in his hand. He asked curiously, Merit Officer on duty, is there such a thing? The Merit Officer's face was also slightly red, but his expression didn't change. He faintly replied, Lord Merit Officer, I have received some messages, but I don't know which one is from the local land. After all, we have to deal with the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly kings. There are too many things, and it's difficult to deal with them one by one. As he spoke, the Merit Officer on duty took out a few small booklets that looked like memorials. He casually flipped through them a few times and took out one of them. He opened it and nodded. Indeed, it has been issued. Since that's the case, you are all innocent. The Merit Officer came to a conclusion. He looked at the ground and said proudly, Thank you, my lord. The two landlords finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they immediately asked, My lord, we still have duties to do. Do you think we can leave first? Leave. The Merit Officer on duty glanced at the two Jiangkongs who were still fighting fiercely. He faintly said, Is there anything more important in the hidden immortal continent than sutra seeking in nirvana? This. The two landlords didn't know how to answer. Zhenhan hurriedly said, Lord Merit Officer on duty is right. Sutra seeking in nirvana came from nirvana to the hidden immortal continent. Previously, everything was in order in nirvana, but when it came to our hidden immortal continent, there was a problem. If our immortal palace didn't handle it properly, it would damage the face of us Confucian cultivators. That's right, that's right. That's right. The other old man wearing an official's robe praised. The two of you also wait here for orders. Yes, Lord Merit Officer on duty. The two disciples knew that this was Lord Merit Officer of the Four Seasons' action to share the responsibility, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only respond and respectfully stand at the side. Humph. The Merit Officer on duty snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a dozen inscription chains as thin as a thumb appeared. They circled around in the nearby space. He said, Where did this evildoer come from? He actually dares to disturb the order of our immortal palace's sutra seeking in nirvana? Hurry up and capture him. When the two Jiangkongs who were fighting fiercely saw this, joy appeared on their faces. At the same time, they put away their magic wands and flew up to the clouds. They shouted, Old Merit Officer, you guys are finally here. Hurry up and let us see which one is real and which one is fake. Damn it. The Merit Officer on duty cursed in a low voice. He raised his head and looked at the sky, which was filled with mottled clouds. It was as if he disdained to speak with the two Jiangkongs. Humph. The Merit Officer on duty didn't speak. The Merit Officer on duty shouted, Where did this evildoer come from? He actually dares to disturb the order of our immortal palace's sutra seeking in nirvana? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, we can still let you go. We might not necessarily capture you and bring you to the immortal palace. When we find you, you can blame us for being ruthless and killing you on the spot. Hurry, hurry. The two Jiangkongs shouted at the same time. Hurry up and use your divine abilities to find that damned evildoer. Jiangkong. The Merit Officer on duty didn't use his divine abilities. Instead, he said coldly, I have already heard from the guardian heavenly king that ever since you participated in the sutra seeking in nirvana, you have protected Xuanzang's safety. However, along the way, you have killed many Yao and Daoist cultivators. Is it because you have killed too many Yao that he changed his appearance to harm you? Think about it yourself. Which powerful Yao have you offended? Old Merit Officer. The two Jiangkongs immediately became angry. However, they still restrained themselves and said, Are you here to capture the evildoer? Or are you here to judge my merits and demerits? The number of Yao and Daoist cultivators I have killed has nothing to do with you. You have no right to judge my merits and demerits. How dare you? The merit officer on duty roared. You are merely a Yao. You are already extremely lucky to have the qualifications to participate in the sutra seeking in nirvana. You actually dare to say such insolent words? Scram! The two Zhenkongs were furious. Don't try to act sanctimonious in front of me. If you have the ability, then find the fake Zhenkongs. If you don't, then hurry up and scram. When we kill our way into the immortal palace, we will let the immortal emperor punish your criminals. With that, the two Zhenkongs moved and were about to fly towards the depths of the hidden immortal continent. Wait! The merit officer on duty naturally wouldn't let the two Zhenkongs leave. He retracted his gaze and glanced at them arrogantly. Vile spawn, since you are not willing to grab this last chance, then don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the merit officer slapped his forehead. His eyes flashed with a silver light and a cold light shone down, covering the two Chens. However, a moment later, the merit officer's face was filled with surprise. He said, Sirs, let's use the 4 seasons all-seeing technique at the same time. It can't be. The merit officer on duty was astonished. However, when he saw the merit officer on duty's expression, he immediately shut his mouth. A bronze color appeared in his eyes. As for the merit officer on duty and the merit officer on duty who had been silent all this time, a clear light appeared in their eyes and landed on the two Zhenkongs at the same time. Not to mention the 4 merit officers, even Jinhan could clearly see that under the 4 seasons detection technique, the color of the entire space seemed to have faded. Layers upon layers of light were extinguished and only black and white colors were left. Unfortunately, within the inscription chains, there were 2 identical Zhenkongs. Although their hair and clothes were gone, the 2 fire apes with flickering flames around their bodies were still the same. Cough cough. A moment later, the merit officer on duty coughed and the clear light disappeared. He then said, Zhenkong, your situation is rather special. The 4 of us still need to study it. Bullshit. The 2 Zhenkongs roared, I've seen many people who don't do a single thing. However, this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. If you have the ability to distinguish the 2 Zhenkongs, that's fine. However, since you're so useless, what qualifications do you have to humiliate me? Hit me. As he spoke, the 2 Zhenkongs raised their wands at the merit officer on duty. The merit officer on duty clearly didn't expect the 2 Zhenkongs to suddenly attack. The wands swept through the sky and instantly shattered the inscription chains. Caught off guard, the wands landed right in front of the merit officer on duty. Damn it! The merit officer on duty was alarmed. He waved his hand and countless pillars of boundless chi surged out like ocean waves in an attempt to block the 2 wands. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 wands hit the merit officer on duty. With a loud explosion, the merit officer on duty shattered the merit officer on duty. Even his fingers were dripping with blood. Rebel, rebel. The merit officer on duty shouted, you guys really don't want to live anymore. As he spoke, the merit officer on duty pointed at the merit officer on duty and said, why aren't you guys killing these 2 evildoers? Sir. The merit officer on duty and the merit officer on duty looked at each other and replied, we were ordered by the immortal emperor to protect the master and disciple of the sutra seeking extreme bliss. Now that the 2 Zhenkongs can't distinguish the real from the fake, we can't do anything. Woo! The 2 Zhenkongs' wands once again fell from the sky and attacked the merit officer on duty's forehead. The merit officer on duty was alarmed and hurriedly flew up. As he flew, he shouted, quick, quick, send a message to Tai Bai Jinxing. He probably hasn't gone far yet. The immortal emperor's decree is in the hands of the merit officer on duty. The merit officer on duty calmly replied, we don't have a message from Tai Bai Jinxing. Chapter 4571. Sir. The merit officer on duty did his best to dodge the 2 magic wands and shouted. Whoosh. Before the merit officer on duty could finish his words, the merit officer on duty waved his hand and a golden meteor shot into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Humph. Seeing that the message had been sent, the merit Chow opened his mouth and several clouds appeared, blocking the magic wand as he shouted, "When Lord Taibai Jinxing arrives, see if I won't teach you a lesson." Whoosh! With a clear sound, the clouds were swept away and two Jinkongs appeared in front of the merit officer on duty. The merit officer on duty was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. Seeing that the merit officer on duty was retreating, the two Jinkongs stopped. They lazily put away their magic wands and scratched the fur on their body, coldly saying, "The immortal officials of the immortal palace are only a so-so." No wonder they couldn't send out any capable subordinates. Previously, I didn't understand why Jinhan was so lazy and tried to shirk his responsibility. Now that I look at you all, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If you all also participated in the sutra seeking extreme bliss, I would have already beaten your butts. When Jinhan heard this, his face turned ashen. Right now, he didn't want to help Jinkong find the fake Jinkong. Instead, he wanted to beat the real Jinkong to death. Alright, since Taibai Jinxing of the Immortal Palace is here, then I will wait here. Then I'll wait here and see what kind of ability that old man has. The two Jinkongs were also tired of fighting. They muttered as they stood in the air. However, the two of them revealed an ominous glint in their eyes as they stared at each other, as if they would attack if the other party wasn't careful. At this moment, the fake Jinkong no longer looked at the thatched cottage. His hesitation had already caused him to throw away his best chance. The arrival of the merit officer of the Four Seasons had completely ruined his plan. Now, he could only act according to the situation. Boom! In just a short moment, a rumbling sound could be heard in the distant sky. The vast energy pillar within several hundred li of the space was like a surging tide. Layers of whirlpools mixed with fragments of inscriptions were thrown into the sky like water splashes. Woo! Amidst the whistling of the wind, a dozen distorted and flat light shadows streaked across the sky and landed in front of everyone in an instant. A wave of majestic aura emanated from these light shadows, causing everyone to feel suffocated. Just as everyone was about to bow and salute, Shua. A tricolored rainbow bridge appeared among the dozens of lights and shadows, and shot towards the sky where everyone had come from. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of mighty pillars of energy descended, and the dozens of glowing figures instantly filled up. In an instant, they transformed into several 100 feet tall inspectors. These inspectors were all around the 6th grade of origin energy. Each of them stood there proudly, allowing the clouds around them to flow like water and cover the area within 100 miles. Woo! The three-colored bridge let out a roar and quickly shrank. An old man with white hair and a whisk flew out from the bridge. This old man had a kind face and looked very hale and hearty. However, when the old man landed in front of them, a formless pressure surged through the mighty aura in the sky, causing everyone to feel as if they were looking up to a tall mountain. This official greets Lord Taibai Jinxing. The merit keepers of the Four Seasons did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed and greeted respectfully. Taibai Jinxing's gaze swept across the two Jinkongs, and he already knew what had happened. He waved his whisk and said indifferently, "Wait for me to come over. You must have sent a message for this old man to come over because of these two fire apes. Lord is wise." The merit keepers of the Four Seasons said with a flattering smile, "You didn't even wait for this official to speak and you were already able to see the reason. This official truly admires you." Taibai Jinxing did not reply. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at the two fire apes, and then raised his head to look in the direction of the eastern sea. He said in bewilderment, "This is really strange. This matter of the real and fake Jinkong doesn't seem to be arranged by the Immortal Palace. Could it be a test from the Lane Temple?" Old man Taibai. When the two Jinkongs saw that Taibai Jinxing did not differentiate between the real and fake Jinkong, and instead suspected that it was a trap from the Lane Temple, they could not help but cry out, "What exactly are you?" Before the two Jinkongs could finish speaking, the two patrol officers roared, "How dare you!" Then, with a loud boom, two bolts of 5 chi righteous lightning struck down at the same time, hitting the two Jinkongs. Ioyo! The two Jinkongs cried out in pain at the same time, and they rolled in the air in the same manner. Interesting, interesting. When Tai Bai Jinxing saw the two Zhenkongs in the same situation, his eyes lit up. He could not help but stroke his beard and laughed. Just where did the Lane Temple get these demons from? They are actually so intelligent. Damn it. The two Zhenkongs cried out in pain. Lightning circled around their bodies, and the mighty aura turned into inscription chains that bound their hands and feet. At the same time, they cursed softly. Why are you torturing this old man for no reason? If you have the ability, hurry up and drag this demon out. Demons are hard to get rid of. Tai Bai Jinxing coldly looked at the two Zhenkongs and said, even if this demon brought the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures to the hidden immortal continent, how many Buddhist sects can they ignite? Previously, this old man was still worried, but after looking at this fire ape, this old man finally understood the immortal emperor's intention. As he spoke, Tai Bai Jinxing pointed his finger at the two Zhenkongs, and the two Zhenkongs cried out in pain. Tai Bai Jinxing narrowed his eyes and looked at the two Zhenkongs and said, calling yourself this old man, in front of this old man, didn't Xuanzang teach you to respect the old and love the young? After speaking, Tai Bai Jinxing looked at the dozen patrol officers and ordered, wait and see which one is the real Zhenkongs and which one is the fake fire ape. Yes, my lord. The dozen patrol officers did not dare to be negligent. A few of them used their eye-cleansing technique to look carefully, and a few of them took out their imperial equipment. Those imperial equipment were either mirrors or rings, and all of them emitted a misty green light. Unfortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, the patrol officers looked at each other in dismay. They looked at each other and said in unison, my lord, please know that we are unable to identify them. Ah. It can't be. Tai Bai Jinxing was somewhat bewildered. Moreover, his face was somewhat embarrassed and angry. You all have the cultivation of Great Grandmaster, but you can't even see through the true form of these two demon clans? Yes, my lord. The patrol officer at the front was also somewhat ashamed. He replied in a low voice, with our divine abilities, we can only see two fire apes that are exactly the same. We can't see any difference. Tai Bai Jinxing nodded. If this is Lane Temple's test, how could they let us Confucian cultivators find a flaw so easily? All of you, back off. Yes, sir. The dozen or so inspectors retreated slightly and sealed off the nearby space. Swoosh. Tai Bai Jinxing waved his hand and a cold light flew out. It was like a full moon rushing into the sky. When this light appeared, everyone could see clearly that it was a mirror that was like a full moon. This mirror was different from ordinary mirrors. The surface of this mirror was light gold. However, this light gold color seemed to be slightly cold. Moreover, the surface of the mirror was not flat. It was actually a layer of uneven surface. The light on the surface of the mirror shot out from the uneven surface, bringing with it some black spots. Quick! Tai Bai Jinxing roared. He raised his hand and pointed. The mirror continued to spin in midair, and an oval light shadow was born in midair. Strange. Zhenhan, who was at the side, could clearly see that Tai Bai Jinxing's chanting was actually a Daoist mantra. As for the golden light that came from his finger, it was similar to Daoist magic power. Pooh! Just as Zhenhan was in shock, Tai Bai Jinxing slapped the top of his head. A five-colored true energy surged out, turning into the shape of a pear blossom and rushed into the sky. When this cloud appeared, not only did it illuminate the surrounding tens of feet, it also caused thousands of pillars of vast chi to crash down. Woo! The cloud let out a trembling sound. In an instant, it expanded, and the five-colored pear blossom could be seen. It looked very lifelike. Go! Tai Bai Jinxing opened his mouth and blew. A gust of golden chi fell into the five-colored pear blossom. The cloud rolled and rushed into the light shadow formed by the rolling light shadow. When the cloud fell into the light shadow, it crashed into the mirror. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly rang out. Strands of lightning appeared on the uneven surface of the mirror. Then, the entire surface of the mirror shone brightly. When the mirror flipped again, a faint golden pillar of light flickered a few times before crashing down. It was precisely the two Jinkongs. How is this possible? After the thunderous roar, there was a deathly silence. However, Jinhan's cry of surprise came at an untimely moment. It's actually two fire apes? Under the pillar of light, the two Jinkongs revealed their true demonic appearance. Within the flames that were thousands of feet in size, the two fire apes revealed their ferocious faces. Two sharp fangs protruded from their bloody mouths, and a pair of blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity. After Jinhan's cry of surprise, she immediately came to her senses and hurriedly said in a low voice, "This junior knows her mistake." Then, she lowered her head with confusion in her heart. After all, no one knew the origin of the Jinkongs. Now that two identical fire apes had appeared, how could the mastermind behind this be ordinary? Humph. Tai Bai Jinxing let out a cold snort, and a five-colored light appeared in his eyes. Within the five-colored light, inscriptions that were even smaller than ants appeared. These inscriptions quickly gathered in the five-colored light, forming circles of light. These circles of light rotated like growth rings and slowly fell into Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the circles of light touched his eyes, they immediately produced thunderbolts. These thunderbolts turned into five-colored lightning and turned into a net. Through this net-like lightning, Tai Bai Jinxing's gaze landed on the two fire apes' true forms. Ah! When he saw the two Jinkongs in front of him clearly, Tai Bai Jinxing was stunned. Then, as if he didn't dare to believe himself, he blinked his eyes, and the net of thunderbolts in his eyes flashed again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Tai Bai Jinxing closed his eyes and the five-colored halo slowly disappeared. When Tai Bai Jinxing opened his eyes again, a strange smile appeared on his face. It seemed as if he had a card up his sleeve, but at the same time, it seemed as if he didn't know anything. Chapter 45-72. Tai Bai Jinxing raised his hand and pointed. The pillar of light on the mirror disappeared and slowly returned to his hand. Tai Bai Jinxing was not in a hurry to put away the mirror. Instead, he played with the mirror in his hand and looked at the two Jinkongs whose fire ape true form had completely disappeared. Old man Tai Bai. At this moment, one of the Jinkongs spoke while the other one didn't. However, right after the first Jinkong finished speaking, the second Jinkong also shouted, "Can you tell who is real and who is fake?" "Of course I can." Tai Bai Jinxing seemed to have made a decision and replied with a smile. "Speak, speak." The two Jinkongs shouted together, "Who is real and who is fake?" "Both of you are real and fake." Tai Bai Jinxing replied with a double meaning. "Bullshit." One Jinkong said angrily, "Since you can tell, why don't you dare to say it? Could it be, this is a scheme set up by your immortal palace?" The other Jinkong also laughed and said, "Old man Tai Bai, if you can't tell, then just admit it. Why are you deliberately mystifying things here? I heard that Immortal Palace's immortal emperor Go Chen has a clear sky mirror that can search the entire world. Presumably, that thing can tell who is the real Jinkong. When His Majesty Immortal Emperor Go Yi makes a move, I can see it clearly." Tai Bai Jinxing said proudly. "If that is the case, Lord Tai Bai Jinxing." One Jinkong could not help but plead, "Tell me, who is the real Jinkong? If I am the real one, then why didn't I kill that guy? This old man has already said that the two of you are both real and fake." Tai Bai Jinxing sneered, "Thunder Sound Temple actually did this in Hidden Immortal Continent. I don't know what their intentions are. If that is the case, then why should I expose them? Let them deal with it themselves." "Damn it, damn it." That Jinkong shouted, "In this world, it is either real or fake. How can there be real and fake? I am the real Jinkong. How can he be the real Jinkong? Truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood, in your mouth, it's actually so profound. The heavens still exist." That's right, that's right." The other Jinkong also mocked. "Since you know the truth, why don't you say it? It will also let us know who is the true Confucian scripture master." Sun Lei. Tai Bai Jinxing completely ignored the two Jinkongs and ordered, take 4 patrol officers with you and protect Chuanzong well. Don't let anything go wrong. This subordinate understands. One of the patrol envoys replied and flew down to the thatched cottage with 4 other patrol envoys. At this moment, one of them, Jin Kong, was no longer as impatient as before. He looked on coldly without saying a word. Sun Hong. Tai Bai Jingxing ordered, send a message and ask the Thunder Temple's guardian Heavenly King and Nama Wise Manjushri to come back. Tai Bai Jingxing enunciated the word, please, very loudly, as if he was angry. Yes. One of the patrol envoys replied and was about to take out a communication object from his waist. At this moment, Tai Bai Jingxing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Nama Wise Manjushri is a famous bodhisattva of the Thunder Temple. If he doesn't come back after receiving the message, our immortal palace will be guilty of disrespect. Forget it. Sun Hong, go and ask them. I believe they won't be in a hurry to return to the Thunder Temple. Yes, my lord. Sun Hong agreed, and thousands of lights and shadows appeared around her. These lights and shadows twisted and extended toward the east sea along with the great pillar of Qi. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Seeing Sun Hong fly away, the 2 Jin Kongs shouted in irritation and waved their magic wands. I'll beat you to death, you damned imposter. Crackle crackle. The 2 Jin Kongs began to fight again. However, because there were several inspectors in the sky who had sealed the space, the 2 Jin Kongs could only fight at an altitude of several thousand feet. They could no longer freely descend. Amitba. Seeing the 5 patrol envoys descending and protecting the thatched cottage, Chunzong hurriedly walked out of the thatched cottage and bowed. This poor monk has something important to tell you. Sun Lei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly descended and returned the greeting. Master, are you hungry? I'll immediately ask the Earth Lord to bring some vegetarian food here. Amitba, this poor monk is talking about the 2 Jin Kongs. Chunzong pulled Mao Chao and said, this child can tell who is this poor monk's true disciple. Ah. How is that possible? Sun Lei was shocked. These 2 fire apes look exactly the same and their divine abilities are also the same. Even I can't tell them apart. How can this little girl of the mortal realm tell them apart? Amitba, I'm ashamed to say this. A bitter expression appeared on Chunzang's face. He said, it's this poor monk's fault. My disciple Jin Kong accidentally killed Mao Chao's parents in order to subdue demons and devils. Sigh, Amitba, Amitba. Sun Lei seemed to have understood and said softly, the power of hatred is too strong. Master, please wait for a moment. After a while, Sun Lei returned and said softly, Lord Tai Bai Jingxing already knows about this. Master, you don't have to care about this matter. We'll know in a while. Chunzong was puzzled. However, he knew that he was just a mortal. He put his palms together and said, Amitba, then I'll have to trouble you, benefactors. Then, Chunzong brought Mao Chao back to the thatched cottage and waited for the truth to come out. After about an hour, the 2 Jin Kongs were tired. Just as they were about to stop, a Buddhist light appeared in the distant sky and the sea. Amidst the chanting of sutras, a Buddhist cloud seemed to be moving slowly, but it flew quickly without leaving a trace. It appeared in front of everyone's eyes and immediately appeared in front of them. A mocking look appeared in Tai Bai Jingxing's eyes as he nodded slightly at the inspectors. As the inspectors nodded, they raised their hands and waved. Hundreds of inscription chains appeared and sealed off the space within a few thousand feet. No one could see what was going on inside. Then, Tai Bai Jingxing waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and teleported to the front. He raised his hand and saluted, greetings, Manjushri. We've only parted for a few hours. Now, I have to trouble Manjushri to come back. I'm really sorry. Manjushri smiled and hurriedly returned the salute. Benefactor, you're too polite. We're all waiting for the Sutra of Nirvana to be completed successfully. It's nothing for me to fly back and forth a few times. I just don't know. Benefactor, do you have something important to say? Saying this, Manjushri looked at the sealed space and was puzzled. Behind him, several heavenly guardians of the Buddhist sect also glared at the inspectors and finally fixed their eyes on Sun Hong. Sun Hong shrugged and flew to Tai Bai Jingxing's side. He only said that Tai Bai Jingxing had something important to say. He didn't mention anything about the two Jinkongs. Bodhisattva, you really don't know? Tai Bai Jingxing smiled again and asked meaningfully. Manjushri shook his head. I really don't know what you have to say. Please say it clearly. Bodhisattva. Tai Bai Jingxing frowned and said unhappily, the matter has already come to this point. Why are you still hiding it? I've already found something strange. If I say it out, Mahavairakana World Venerable's face will not look good. Benefactor. Manjushri was even more puzzled. He raised his hand and pointed at the sealed space. I really don't understand. Is it the strange thing that Shurjin said? Indeed. Tai Bai Jingxing saw Manjushri's reaction and felt a little nervous. After answering, he asked tentatively, Bodhisattva really doesn't know what's inside? I really don't know. Please enlighten me. Manjushri nodded and answered. Okay. Tai Bai Jingxing smiled faintly and ordered, open the space and invite Manjushri Bodhisattva to take a look. Yes. Everyone nodded and waved their hands. All the inscription chains were withdrawn, revealing the two Jinkongs in the space. Ah. Manjushri was shocked. Why are there two Jinkongs? Yes. Tai Bai Jingxing smiled. There are two Jinkongs. That's why I don't know which one to choose. I specially invite Manjushri Bodhisattva to guide me. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. The two Jinkongs immediately jumped out of the space and flew to Manjushri Bodhisattva. They bowed and said, Jinkongs greet Bodhisattva. Unfortunately, after saying one sentence, the two Jinkongs shouted again, I am the real Jinkongs. He is the fake Jinkongs. You are the fake Jinkongs. I am the real Jinkongs. The other Jinkongs shouted with the same voice. Roar. As he spoke, the two Jinkongs roared and started fighting again. Manjushri Bodhisattva frowned and put his palms together. He asked, Amitabha. Benefactor, which one is the real Jinkongs? I can't tell. Tai Bai Jingxing smiled. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Bodhisattva to return. Benefactor, didn't you find something fishy? Manjushri Bodhisattva said unhappily. Fishy is fishy. The truth is the truth. Tai Bai Jingxing smiled and said, I can only find something fishy. As for the truth, I'm afraid only the Buddhist faction can find it. Hearing this, Manjushri Bodhisattva understood and said, Amitabha. Benefactor, you are overthinking. There must be some misunderstanding. My Layin temple has always done things openly. It is impossible for us to do anything behind the scenes. Moreover, Chuanzang just brought his disciple back to the hidden immortal mainland. How could my Layin temple do something so obvious? This fake Jinkongs must be from the demon race. Although Manjushri Bodhisattva said firmly, Tai Bai Jingxing was still skeptical. He nodded and said, Bodhisattva, I can believe in the world venerable. But these two Jinkongs. He. Bodhisattva, please use your divine power and we will know. Chapter 45-73. Amitabha. Manjushri nodded slightly and raised his hand without hesitation. Swoosh. A spot of Buddha's light appeared out of thin air and quickly spread below Manjushri. In the blink of an eye, it covered the space where the two Jinkongs were fighting. As the Buddha's light fell, countless Sanskrit chants were heard and the sky was covered. The Sanskrit chants were blocked and the Sanskrit chants fell into the ears of the two Jinkongs. It was so painful that the two Jinkongs threw away their magic wands and covered their ears with their hands. They rolled in the air in pain. Then, Manjushri raised his foot and stepped on the Buddha's light. In the ripples of the Buddha's light, there were countless phantoms. In the phantoms, there were heavenly dragons, Buddhist kingdoms, and thousands of men and women. The phantoms fell on the two Jinkongs and an indescribable color appeared. The color faded and disappeared in the Buddha's light. Only 2 black and white fire apes were left in the space. Amitabha. Manjushri was surprised. He looked at Taibai Jinxing and asked curiously, how is that possible? Are they really 2 fire apes that look exactly the same? Bodhisattva, you've underestimated the power of that monster. Taibai Jinxing smiled and said, if the ordinary heavenly feet could see through his true appearance, why did you send me here? These inspectors from the Immortal Palace could kill the fake Shinkongs. I understand. Manjushri already understood what Taibai Jinxing meant. He nodded and used his right hand to pinch flower pinching finger. He pointed at the light behind his head. 2 drops of golden light flew out from the light. Behind the golden light, there were tens of thousands of strands of faith. Swoosh. The 2 drops of golden light fell slowly. Wherever they passed, the void collapsed. Countless Buddhist kingdoms were hidden in the Buddha's light. However, after the Buddha's light passed by, the Buddhist kingdoms were annihilated. Indescribable waves came out from the annihilation and fell on the 2 black and white fire apes. When the 2 drops of golden light fell, the 2 fire apes emitted Buddha's light again. It was so bright that even Taibai Jinxing couldn't see what was going on inside. However, Taibai Jinxing heard Manjushri exclaim, how? How is this possible? Amitabha. Along with Manjushri's scream, there were many strange phenomena in the sky. Flowers fell from the void, and countless chanting sounds came from the void. Rays of Buddha's light condensed into crystal objects as thick as a child's arm and fell into the light behind Manjushri's head. As the Buddha's light and flowers fell, Manjushri's golden body became bigger and bigger, and the light became more and more dazzling. Great wish fulfilled? Taibai Jinxing was even more surprised. He didn't understand what a fake Shinkong had to do with Manjushri Bodhisattva's great wish. However, there was more than surprise in his eyes. At this moment, within the Thunderclap Temple, the 10,000 Buddhas were listening to his lecture. Suddenly, the Mahavairakana Buddha Lord, whose mouth was blooming with Buddhist lotuses, shuddered, and Buddhist lights radiated from his body. Countless heavenly flowers fell from the sky of the Thunderclap Temple and bloomed in front of the Lord. Namo Amitabha. As the Mahavairakana Buddha Lord chanted, he turned to look at the Dipankara Archaic Buddha Lord, who had his eyes closed, and transmitted his voice to him, Senior Apprentice Brother, did you sense it? Amitabha, Lord of the World, I saw it. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha Lord opened his eyes and replied with a neutral expression, Ananda has appeared. Sigh, now that he has appeared. The Mahavairakana Buddha Lord sighed and said, it's still too late. Amitabha, it's still too late, and it's still too early. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha Lord said and closed his eyes again. The Mahavairakana Buddha Lord didn't stop transmitting his voice to the Dipankara Archaic Buddha Lord. The Thunderclap Temple was still filled with heavenly flowers, and no one knew what had happened. Only the Mahavairakana Buddha Lord, who had concealed himself within the void, frowned slightly, as if he was about to wake up from his meditation. Looking at the shore of the East Sea, the Manjushri Bodhisattva's scream faded away, and the Buddhist lights disappeared. The phenomenon of great wish fulfilled also disappeared instantly. The Manjushri Bodhisattva retracted his foot from the air. With a puzzled expression, his gaze landed on Jinkong. How is it? Seeing that the Manjushri Bodhisattva's surprise didn't seem to be fake, Taibai Jinxing smiled and asked, isn't this a little strange? This mystery. Should the Thunderclap Temple be the one to uncover it? Amitabha. The Manjushri Bodhisattva chanted and said, Benefactor, it's a long story. However, I can swear on the name of Buddha that I don't know about this, and the Thunderclap Temple doesn't know about this either. Then. Bodhisattva, what should we do? Taibai Jinxing pushed the decision to the Manjushri Bodhisattva. However, the Manjushri Bodhisattva didn't hesitate at all and said, I can't make the decision. I still have to return to the Thunderclap Temple and kowtow to the Mahavairakana Buddha Lord. No way. Taibai Jinxing was surprised, it's that serious. It's that serious. The Manjushri Bodhisattva affirmed. Bodhisattva. Before Tai Bai Jinxing could say anything, Jin Kong shouted, with your abilities, you should know who's real and who's fake, right? This. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was a little troubled. After a while, he replied, Amitba, real is fake is real. When real is fake, the fake is real. Although I can see through it, I can't see through it. What can I do? Bullshit. This Jin Kong scolded, one is an important minister of the immortal palace, the other is a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. Both of them can see who's real and who's fake. However, neither of them dares to admit it. One of them says real is fake is real. The other says real is fake is real. Then you tell me who's real and who's fake. That's right. Tai Bai Jinxing nodded and said, real is fake is real. The Manjushri Bodhisattva also shook his head and said, you are wrong. Real is fake is real. Heavens. At this moment, Jin Kong still didn't dare to call him master. He could only throw himself into the air and cried with tears streaming down his face, in this world, what kind of justice is there? Even the immortal and Buddhist sects don't dare to say the truth. I really don't know. In this world, how can there be such a clear distinction between black and white? Seeing Jin Kong, the Manjushri Bodhisattva felt much better. He chanted and said, Amitba, Jin Kong, there is no need for you to say any more. When we reach the Lane Temple, the truth will naturally be revealed. That's right, you fake. Why are you crying here? When we reach the Lane Temple, in front of my Buddha, everything will be revealed. The other Jin Kong stood in the air and sneered. You fake. Jin Kong was furious. He waved his magic wand and pounced towards the other Jin Kong. The other Jin Kong also said angrily, you are the fake. With that, the two Jin Kong started fighting again. Amitba. The Manjushri Bodhisattva chanted and waved his kasaya, capturing the two Jin Kongs in the air. He turned his head and said to Tai Bai Jinxing, I will have to trouble benefactor to stay here. I will be back soon. Take care, take care. Tai Bai Jinxing knew the importance of this matter. He cupped his hands and said, with this old man here to protect Chuanzong, nothing will happen. Just as he said that, woo-woo. A gust of evil wind blew. In the East Sea, a huge pig demon flew out from the sea and flew towards them. This pig demon was naturally Xianxia. He scanned with his essence will and immediately realized that something was wrong. He blocked the Manjushri Bodhisattva and the other heavenly guardians. He shouted, Isn't this Manjushri Bodhisattva? Why do you have the time to come here from the Lane Temple? Could it be that you saw that we have been working hard in the sutra-seeking state of bliss and wanted to invite us to have a vegetarian meal? Amitba. Facing Xianxia who was stronger than him, the Manjushri Bodhisattva stopped. He clasped his hands together and said, the sutra-seeking state of bliss is in trouble. I am here to subdue this demon. This demon is of great importance. I cannot make the decision. I can only bring them back to the Lane Temple and ask Mahavirakana of the world to personally issue a Buddhist decree. Damn it. Hearing that the sutra-seeking state of bliss was in trouble, Xianxia immediately jumped up and said, who did this? 3 monster kings just came. I fought them off with great difficulty. I chased them for several days to find out their background but they still ran away. I didn't expect that they would create a diversion. Oh, by the way, Bodhisattva, how is my master? Chuanzong is fine. Manjushri Bodhisattva didn't dare to say more as he was afraid that Xianxia would cause trouble. He said hurriedly, he is now under the protection of Tai Bai Jinxing, the inspector and the 4 seasons meritorious ministers of the immortal palace. He is very safe. I won't talk more with you. Go and protect Chuanzong now. Yes, Bodhisattva. Seeing that the Manjushri Bodhisattva was anxious, Xianxia didn't dare to say more. He bowed and watched the Manjushri Bodhisattva leave. However, after flying for a few miles, Xianxia suddenly shouted, Bodhisattva, tell Mahavirakana of the world not to cause any trouble. Fighting and killing every day. You don't look like a monk at all. Manjushri Bodhisattva's body swayed in the air. He said a few words to the guardian king and then turned into Buddha's light and left. When the Manjushri Bodhisattva couldn't see him anymore, Xianxia stuck out his tongue and shouted, "Oh my! What happened?" Even the Manjushri Bodhisattva came. "I have to go and take a look. I don't want my master to know that I sneaked out to sleep." When Xianxia came back, the inspector and the Four Seasons meritorious ministers were relieved and didn't dare to stop him. After Xianxia greeted Tai by jinxing, they put him into the thatched cottage. Seeing that Zhenhan and the dragon horse Zhenfeng were outside the thatched cottage and that Chao Chao and Chuanzang were inside the cottage, Xianxia was immediately angry and shouted, "Master, where did that damn fire ape go? I was just chasing after the 3 demon kings. How dare he neglect his duty and cause Master to suffer such a great fright?"